Hello, chat. Welcome. So sorry that I couldn't bring you back the cone. What do you mean, no sound? How is it no sound every time? Let's wait for someone to confirm that. No cone. Alright, I can hear the heckling. Can you guys hear me okay? People are saying no sound. Is it the same problem again? On Windows? That would certainly piss me off. I'm using a totally different setup. It's not even RDP this time. Alright, let's try this then. Let's restart that. That's wrong. That one instead. See if that has sound. Can you guys hear sound now? So VLC is not playing sound. Ugh. This is such a pain.
Hey, there we go.
Did that fix it? Alright.
Yes, and I can now hear myself.
Alright, good. I've just noticed that you'll get black bars on the Discord overlay. Sorry about that. Well, I'll fix that for next time. Using a different remote desktop software, which should allow me to do heckling. So you probably heard, those watching, in the background, the vague voice of a female, actually Zane, who is currently sitting in the live channel. That should be coming through to the stream. So can I ask everyone who's in the live channel who has permission, which will be monitor and above, to speak up right now?
No. Hello there.
There you go. Did you hear that, chat? Should have done. So far, only one of them is willing to speak, even though they were talking up a storm before the stream.
There's bad static. It was a little.
Yeah, it just came out of nowhere.
All right, it's probably not going to work. You guys are saying static. Static is the wrong word for it. It's pops or crackle, or it's actually overruns and underruns is the technical term. So that's probably not something that I can fix within reason. It's a problem. But actually, you know what? If I just do this, I lose control over the second PC, but that should fix it. So tell me if that fixes it, and if it doesn't, then we're going to have to go with the setup that does not allow me to do the heckling, unfortunately.
All right, everyone, get your bingo cards out. I'm pretty.
And now the audio's gone. Apparently. What the fuck? Okay, hold on a second. Don't know why Ramina shut itself down. Did not ask it to do that. Alright, do you guys have sound now? Those watching live. Heckling, yes, heckling is quiet. Third. So apologies for those listening on the VOD. This is an experimental feature I'm just trying to get working properly. Can you guys hear me again in Discord yet? They're saying no. Let's restart VLC again. Right, VLC is not starting. It appears to be broken. Nice, this is going really well. Yeah, VLC is just refusing to start on the Windows PC. What the fuck? Come on. That's because it's not shutting down. God damn it. Windows, man. It's literally Windows is the problem here. Come on, where is it? There it is. It didn't shut itself down. Right, let's try again. Once again, no. All right, do you guys have sound now? Good. Right, I really must figure out some better solution for this. I have to have a Windows setup for streaming through to Discord, but that means using Windows, which is really unreliable. If you look in the top right there, you can see that there is a new feature today that is going to work. We have camera for the doggle, who is currently sat in the other room on his bed. Right, so heckling won't work anymore. I had to use the other setup for the remote desktop, which, because it's Windows, kills all the audio devices. So yeah, that won't work anymore. Heckling off. I'll bring it back another time. But you shouldn't have any pops or cracks, underruns, overruns in the audio. That should be fine now. I'll get it working another day. So, anyway, in the meantime, yes, Kitley, me too. In the meantime, chat, how have you been? We're now actually able to start the stream properly 6 minutes in. And because it's 6 minutes in, the multiplier's gone all the way down to ×2. What are you going to do about that, chat? Invaders actually started filling out the bingo square. A lot of those are outdated, but some of them are not. That IT guy is accusing me of stealing something from Crowder. What did I steal from Crowder? The bingo thing? Oh, no, right, the dog cam. No, I actually had that long before I ever watched a Crowder stream. I had this years ago. I just recently re-added it. I found a way of doing it. It works fine. I have a phone which was like a rugged phone that I bought because it had really good battery life, and it's really small, because I prefer small phones. And I realized recently, because I wasn't using it as a phone, I was using a different phone. I realized recently that I could use it as a camera. What this thing here does is it gets the camera phone and then transmits it over Wi-Fi, and that uses up a lot of battery, but that phone has a lot of battery, so I'm using it for that. It'll last about 2 hours unplugged. Currently it is plugged into something. That's true, Dattyville. That might not be a coincidence. So, let us have a content vote. We are still doing that. Everyone vote on what kind of content you want to see. Let's see if the political parties still stand. We have votes initially for Tomboy and VTubers, so the TVUP are still standing strong. As we discovered last time, the Confederate flag means memes, as the Meme Confederacy Party. But also nice meme also means memes. I suppose Duck, if he's here, will have something to say about which icon is being used to vote for memes. For those who don't know, there was a sort of a schism last time between Wes and Duck. Duck runs the Meme Supremacy Party, but Wes would like to run the Meme Confederacy Party. Wes's idea is more individualistic, as he describes it, and Duck's is more authoritarian. Duck is the Ayatollah of the Meme Supremacy Party, but the Confederate flag is being used for the Meme Confederacy, whereas the nice meme icon is being used for the Meme Supremacy Party. It looks like the Confederacy has won that one. Good for them. Now, the TVUP, strong though it is, getting 11 votes for Tomboys and 10 for VTubers, hasn't been able to outdo the Meme Confederacy Party, which has 16 votes for memes. Those of you who have voted for the Confederate flag, if there are any of you that think that that should not refer simply to the Meme Confederate Party, i.e. the memes segment, then let me know now in the chat. 1 vote for Swastika, 1 vote for Crown, which is Keith, leader of the CMP, the Cabal Monarchy Party, which seeks to dissolve the streamocracy system entirely. 6 votes for Verified Gay, which actually is a good argument to make Zane mod. 6 votes for Ahagao, which is usually just reading out things in silly voices. 1 vote for Ebb from the EPL, the Ebb Protection League, I think. 1 vote for Coin. I'm not sure what that means, but yeah, Zane, I mean, if you would like to... I guess maybe Zane voting for Coin maybe means that he wants to talk about the meme economy system. I thought the flag was for years guest. I see. Ebb says Confederate flag should refer to tomboys. No, Afraid not. Who's on the TV? Hello. Hello, Ezreal and everyone around him. Am I on the TV in the cafe? Is that where I am? Well, goodness, I suppose I should better put on a good show then. But first, I've got to get a reason to, or content or material or something. So the vote is going to end in 10 seconds, chat. For those that don't know, we are doing a system, somewhat experimental still, a system of content voting where I present the option for chat to vote for different icons that represent different kinds of content. The icons are free, they can post whatever they want, but we creatively interpret what they post, and there are some common ones that mean certain things. So the Confederacy icon, the Confederacy flag icon, essentially means memes because of a complex series of social situations that have happened in the server here, in our community. And that's what's going to be picked. Any second now? All right. Meme Confederacy it is. Thanks, Bright. Appreciate that. All right. I see, Ezreal. Okay. Right. Let us... Yes, no, that's a good point, TVUP. Remember, Invader? The Tomboys and the VTuber still got a decent number of votes. Just not as many. So, let us go to memes. I have, today, 23 of the sauciest, spiciest, most scintillating memes imaginable. Now, this time, since last few times, I have actually started to discriminate between what is a meme and what is a news story. So what I've got for you today should be pretty much all memes. Now, some of them are political and might involve me talking about something, but some things are images which refer to a story, which don't count as memes, or are not funny on their own and are only references to the story itself. So that should be fine. No, if Simp gets the most votes, then we'll have an intervention for Invader with his Iron Mouse addiction. Obsession, not merely addiction. He doesn't merely like her enough to watch her all the time. He likes her enough that every single thing he says in the server that has anything to do with VTubers is just Iron Mouse. All the time. He would even tell us when she's streaming, as if that's high enough quality information to just post. So yeah, Invader is the true simp. Anyway, let us continue with memes, or start with memes. I'll save this one for when Wes is here. Then there's this one, right? Now, this is what they really wanted to hide from you, that COVID was Biden all along, because Delta Omicron is an anagram for erotic old man. He certainly acts erotic. That IT guy has posted a single left-wing meme, which is the Lisa presentation meme with 4 entire images. I imagine that that's a parody of a left-wing meme. Yes, Invader, it will not end until you do. Until you stop the thing that we're mocking. That IT guy says it's not parody. Well, I'm not sure. It might be, it might not be. I don't think you would even know. It would be hard to tell. All right, next thing. From Twitter. Yeah, so apparently, well, a Jewish user on Twitter, or someone that claims to be, has pointed out the following. Ben Shapiro saying in 2021, so fairly recently, about 6 months ago, saying, "Oh well, guess I won't be eating any more of your ice cream," to Ben & Jerry's when they said Ben & Jerry's will end sales of our ice cream in the occupied Palestinian territory, i.e. Israel. Read our full statement. So Ben & Jerry's ice cream. Ben & Jerry's is an ice cream company which has been very political, pro-left. They've made some really, really stupid statements, including, by the way, turning the 1350 thing around to say, now there's evidence of institutional racism, which I have mentioned before is an argument that is not inherently any less valid than the rights argument, but according to the evidence available is very much less so. And the rights claim that it's mostly because the crimes tend to be happening among that race more than among other races, disproportionately more, and that's the reason for the statistics. That is in fact true and always was. Of course, there are ways to present that. Still, That was one of the things that Ben and Jerry's does. And now, in that same vein, they've come out against Israel, and that's what got Ben Shapiro really pissed off. None of the other stuff. That's what got him pissed off. So this is part one, and this is already enough. Like, it's this that got him pissed off. None of the other stuff, right? But then part two of the of the tweet here, of the posting their L's of the great hypocrisy on display. Ben Shapiro in 2012 saying, "I think the owners of Ben and Jerry's are awful politically, but they make great ice cream, so I eat there because I'm not a vindictive a-hole." So Ben making the clear statement that he will be a vindictive a-hole in defense only of Israel. So thanks, Ben. Once again, demonstrating the lofty heights of your character. So, chat, speaking of character, I will very quickly do this. Right? I have been saying for a long time that we would do a Lord of the Rings Marathon Cabal around the 3rd of January. Now, you may notice the 3rd of January is yesterday, and I'm not talking about, wasn't that great yesterday, the Lord of the Rings Marathon? We haven't done it yet because I set up a vote in Cabal, because 3rd is a Monday. I set up a vote in Cabal for either, do we do it on the 3rd or we do it on Saturday, which is in a few days. Now, it wasn't far off, but the majority voted for Saturday, so we're doing it on Saturday. Let me have another quick look at what the vote ended up being in the end. It was close. It was 17 for the 3rd and 20... oh, no, not quite, I misread it. 32 for Saturday. So Saturday is now the time, and that's not just penciled in anymore. That's almost certainly going to be the time. We're planning on starting at about 3 p.m. UK time, which is the best we can do given it's 10 hours of content. 3 p.m. UK time, which will be, let me actually just check because I did write this down. I think it's midday US East and 7 a.m. US West, which is not ideal, but it's a 10-hour content block for an international audience, so it's not going to work very well. But it might be more than 10 hours. 10 hours is just the movies. We might end up commentating for more time than that. So come by on Saturday, and we shall have the marathon then. What we're planning on doing is there probably will be at least 2, but possibly 3 people streaming it. Of course, I'm talking all the time when I say streaming it, I'm talking about streaming the synopsis. We're not going to, obviously, sharing licensed content, obviously not, but share our opinions, as we are still just about have the right to do. There'll be people streaming it, and I have a system that upscales the frame rate of the synopsis to whatever I want, essentially, up to the monitor, I think, or up to 3 times for some reason, it limits itself there. But I can make the show 75 FPS on my end, roughly, and I can broadcast 60 to you guys. So I will have a source with up frame rate, which, I don't know, if you depends on your internet connection whether you get the frame rate through Discord. But I have a new setup for that, which should make that much easier. And then Wes, I think, will be streaming it as well. And then I think Duck also offered to. So yeah, that's the news on that. Let's get back to the memes. This is kind of disturbing, actually, but it's pretty accurate to what's going on inside the mind of your average angry leftoid these days. When reality and what they must believe are just clashing against each other. And all of that pressure of the two is inside their own head. This is what's raging inside the heads of most NPCs. Driven will have nightmares tonight, yes. Lefties after the 2022 midterms. Well, let's hope so. The only way this would not be the case, that IT guy, is if massive amounts of rigging are allowed to happen. Let me go ahead and copy the image to you guys if you want to use this in something else. Oh, that's it's just a freeze frame because of the way that... Fuck it, it's a good freeze frame. It's probably the best freeze frame of the entire thing. But that is not what I copy the image link. Yeah, if you're sending GIFs, it doesn't work very well if you're sending through Discord for some reason. You have to copy the link. But that's a good screenshot though, isn't it? Maybe add that as a meme. Right, next thing. Yes. Methods of arriving at truth, which do not rely on methodological naturalism, essentially. Don't rely on anything like science. Spiritual discernment, gut instinct, and anecdotal experience. The three ways that have been the ways used to arrive at truth for all of human history, they're not as effective as the scientific method, of course. Not as reliable, not as high quality, etc., etc. They are easier, though. They're more accessible. So this is what most people actually use. Even those that say that they love science, many of them, are actually just using these. There's one more in there, which is simply orthodoxy, which is actually what most people use. This is for people that want to come to their own conclusions without using the orthodoxy, but also don't want to bother with all that science bullshit. Spiritual discernment is useless and meaningless. Anecdotal experience and gut instinct, though, are somewhat useful. Gut instinct because it's evolutionarily adapted to arrive at the truth in a sort of limited way or in a way that's useful to the collective. Not necessarily actually true, but just a useful thing to believe for the collective. Not necessarily for you as an individual, but for the greater collective, because that's what evolution really focuses on. Anecdotal experience, of course, about 3/4 of the time, it's probably going to be representative of what is actually true. But then 1/4 of the time, it's going to be totally wrong. It's totally different. It's going to be an anomaly. And you just don't know. You have no way of knowing. But usually, most of the time, it's fairly close to reality. And so ignore spiritual discernment. That doesn't fucking mean anything. I mean, of course, unless it is actually just based on the other two. You know, where it's based on evolution, it's actually one of the other two. Spiritual discernment is just the cope on top to make you think that's what you're doing. Of course, the other one is orthodoxy. But of course, when you combine them, that's when you get really interesting, right? Gut instinct and anecdotal experience, common sense. I quite like that idea, because neither of them are perfect methods of arriving at the truth, but when you put them together, you use them well, you've got common sense, which is vitally important for society, and something gravely lacking in the current day. We are experiencing right now what happens when the assumed scientific method and orthodoxy have too much power. What we need in the society right now is just more common sense. Less of the bullshit. Less of the midwit level orthodoxy and authority. And more of the brainlet common sense and the highly intelligent scientific method. More of those. Less of the midwit shit. Spiritual discernment and gut instinct mixed together result in ancestral blood memory, which anything you mix in spiritual discernment in is going to end up being bullshit, but it's funny. Spiritual discernment and anecdotal experience results in divine guidance. Again, not something I believe in, but whatever. And then add them all together. What you get is source, I made it up. Well, again, involving spiritual discernment in any of this is going to result in that. But, yeah, as I said, if you add 2 more to this, and of course a Venn diagram with 5 circles is a bit complex, but you add orthodoxy and you add the scientific method, then you've got, as far as I know, pretty much all the methods of arriving at truth. You could also remove spiritual discernment because it's not actually real. You could then have 4: gut instinct, anecdotal experience, scientific method, and orthodoxy. So yeah, there you go. That's how truth works. Next thing. Ghislaine Maxwell's cell is ready. Now, everything about this looks perfectly fine, of course. It's just a normal prison cell. And she's got, a sufficient toilet, a sufficient sink, sufficient bed, sufficient table, and sufficient lamp. Fantastic. Well, in fact, on that matter, I wonder if that is what's going to happen. Because just quickly switching over to news, we have this. From Disclose.tv, judge approves Ghislaine Maxwell to get a booster shot, quote unquote. Don't know if this is true. Disclose.tv is fast, but not always reliable. But if it is true, then it probably is just a COVID booster shot. But maybe it's not. And, well, best of luck to her. I have no idea what's happening there because I assumed that she'd get a slap on the wrist. I assumed that she'd been given a deal to reveal a lot of information on her, on the comrades that are not part of what the powerful are trying to protect, but to leave them alone, essentially. And that therefore she would get a shorter sentence. But she got the full fucking sentence. So I don't know what's happening there. I'm curious to keep an eye on that. It might be that they just kill her. Science! The E-scientist thinks science and religion are incompatible. Now, I just going to quickly talk about this. The methods of asserting truth of the two are incompatible, but that doesn't mean they're incompatible in practice. Truth is not the only thing that's important in life. Victory is also important, and victory is another way of putting what is useful to believe for the collective, which is not always what's true. In that way, science and religion are compatible. But if you're using them both for the same things, that's probably not right. Thinks philosophy is outdated. Now that one I must take even more of a umbrage with, because I tend to do philosophy very easily. I am, of course, a great admirer of, and occasionally a great user of the scientific method. And in fact, almost every bit of reasoning I do follows something like the scientific method. But I still value philosophy greatly, because it is, in my opinion, that scientists still need to know what to ask, what to do experiments to test, what the question is in the first place. Philosophy has a bad rap for being very airy, very nonsense, very head in the clouds, not very practical. But usually that's bad philosophy. That's sophistry. But even then, sometimes when it is far off the ground, that's where you need to be to think of things that no one else has thought of yet. I'm not saying that scientists can't do philosophy, can't figure out what to ask next. I'm, of course, open to that, and they probably do, more so than the average philosophy student, but when they do so, they are going to be, to some extent, using philosophy. Philosophy gives you the questions that science will be dealing with 5, 10, 20, 100 years hence. Not to get political, but beans. Thank you, Kittler. Anyway, next thing. Thinks science is truth rather than a constantly self-correcting discipline. So science, when it's done well, arrives at something that's true, but not exactly the same as the truth. It arrives at something, a claim, an idea, a theory, a set of ideas, which are true, which are almost all true. In fact, anything that is science is, in fact, something that has been confirmed as true. The rest of it is pending. This is when science is done properly, you understand. Obviously, it's not always. You get a platform of truth. You get something like evolution is true. Okay, fantastic. And then how and why in more detail, please. And then you get, something else in that. You get how it works in some sense. You get speciation, you get some of the details, you get some of the fossil recorded part of the evidence. You get lots of other things. Taxonomy, that kind of thing. You get another layer of truth, and then you get another layer of truth, and then so on and so forth. But if you imagine the distinction between an analog waveform, so a smooth waveform, and then what we're doing in science, you can imagine it as being like these blocks, these chunks of information that we can confirm are true. The chunks of information will never line up with the smooth curve of the analog waveform exactly. There'll always be gaps between, so you'll have the strong edges of the boxes, even if you stack them on top of each other. It still doesn't line up exactly with the smooth waveform, but then you fill in the remaining space between the blocks of truth, scientific truth, and the waveform. You fill in that space with ever smaller, more refined blocks. Occasionally, in the action of science, you'll find that the larger blocks have errors in them as well. So you fix them as well with smaller blocks and other pieces. But you'll never align perfectly with the truth. But you keep refining closer and closer to that line with those big blocky objects that you've got, those big blocky areas of truth. You keep getting closer and closer and closer and closer to the point that you at some point, yes, things that science has asserted are true. Not necessarily all of them. You don't know which ones they are, but essentially, yes, they are within the truth. But it's still not the same as the truth. Scientific knowledge is still distinct from the truth. With those blocks, you'll never line up perfectly with that perfectly smooth analog line. But you can get bloody close. Bloody close. And so as long as the scientific method is working in practice fairly well, thank you, Yet, I'll read that in a minute. As long as the scientific method is working in practice fairly well, you can assume that what science asserts is true. You shouldn't assume that, this will be found to be false 100 years from now. That does happen occasionally, but not very often, especially not with the methods employed ideally these days. The problem with science, the problem with it these days, is not that the method is wrong. It's not that science inherently can't arrive at the truth reliably. It does arrive at the truth reliably, at least things that are true, even if they are not the full truth or the most refined truth. It does arrive at the truth. The problem today is that it's being utilized by people who value lies for the sustainment of their power, one way or the other, through a massive interconnected social system of false beliefs perpetrated by academia and the press, which are much easier to control than the scientific method itself. And so, just like how in the past, such as with cigarettes and oil, two obvious examples, scientists have been purveyors of lies, that is also the case today. How much you can trust the scientific method should really depend on how reliable it is. And how do you gauge that? You've got to employ the scientific method yourself, separately from the institutions. You have to read the methodology of every single paper that you think is true. Or find a quicker method and don't be as sure that you're right. Essentially, that's the only way. When you can't trust the institution, when you can't trust the scientific community, then either you have to do the science or you have to do the best you can. And that is the time that we are in now. Science itself does arrive at the truth, ever more refinedly, ever closer to what the truth actually is. But it does arrive at true statements. However, the scientific institution does not always perfectly conduct the scientific method. Next thing. Thinks he's self-taught because he watches Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt is a pretty cool channel, but they obviously have a political bias. Honestly, they're not that bad for political bias. They're not as bad as you might expect, given that they are a generally pro-left scientific information outlet. They're actually not too bad. Their Brexit video was disappointing, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Their climate change video recently wasn't too bad, but it wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. They do make some concessions to the other side, less so in the Brexit one, more so in their recent climate change one. So they're not idiots, but they're not as knowledgeable about what in the orthodoxy of society is lies and what is truth as some other people are. They are still pretty lefty biased. Where they do talk about politics, they leave things out. Essentially, they leave out perspectives. But honestly, they're not too bad. And I don't know how good they are with the actual science. I think what this meme is pointing out is that, yeah, regardless how good they actually are, they are essentially very accessible science. They spend a lot of time on their animation, on their presentation. So the idea is that it's supposed to be accessible. It's supposed to be for everyone to access. And the science is fairly simplified, made easy. And so you may enjoy it and the information they present may be accurate, but you shouldn't assume that that is anything like a scientific education. It is merely an introduction, an accessible introduction that even children could enjoy and understand fairly well. Next thing, pretends to be an expert on r/ask science. That's probably something that has happened. Not much to comment on that one, really. Still believes in the hole left by the Christian Dark Ages chart. Now, I am not a historical expert, but given my judgment on that, from what little I know, it's probably more a case of society was totally fucked by the absence of the empire that had been in place for hundreds of years prior, and they just did the best they could. They had to rebuild from somewhere. Religion was not necessarily something holding it back. It just correlated with a really shitty time for a very long time. But I don't know. Maybe you guys would have more to say on that. I don't know about the chart either that they're saying. Do you have any sources? No, I don't accept those. I don't accept those. Anything more reliable? Yeah, the problem with science, as I mentioned before, the way that different tiers of intelligence reason, the midwit tends to reason based on authorities, on institutions, on what is generally believed by the public, tempered slightly by their own personal biases. And so because they tend to have very authority-focused thinking, that is the kind of thing that they would say. The highly intelligent person would want to understand the methodology would want to understand how the information was accessed, because they're capable of understanding that. And the person with very low intelligence is mostly concerned with whether it lines up with their evolutionarily determined biases, which is also fine because evolution is pretty smart. It's not as smart as the scientific method, but it's also much more stable in terms of maintaining a society. Whereas the scientific method arrives at much better truth, it's much harder to maintain doing that properly, and so you require more intelligent people. But then the midwit, of course, as pictured here, is mostly concerned, the only way he knows to deal with science is, did someone more intelligent that I have heard others in the orthodoxy say is more intelligent agree with that already? That's the best they can do. We are currently living in a world which has been tended towards that very method of thinking, given that greatly more artificial power than it should have. And so it is the midwits who are ruining everything. Next thing, only scientific subjects he cares about are evolution and climate. Now, evolution is very interesting. But and I think it's extremely relevant to how people act day to day. It is my main lens, in fact, for judging behavior. But it has been a long time since I've bothered to try to use it against, for example, creationists. Though it is useful for that, it kind of misses the point. So do creationists, to be honest. The argument should not be about over what is true. Atheists should be satisfied that the creationists obviously are not believing something that is true. But maybe what they're believing is still useful to them to believe. And there are more important things in society than the truths at the edge of what is practical. Because God is not a practical matter. It's a personal matter in terms of belief, whether you believe in it. Believing in it is not likely to change much about how humanity conducts themselves, unless it's so permeated and so strong that it directs the actual course of their choices. But that's not likely. It's not likely to get to that point, especially in a technologically advanced society. It's much more likely that it'll be merely a personal tool for aiding people's ability to cope in life. Everyone needs their own personal tools. These guys are just as religious as most Christians. Although, of course, that said, if the argument is over what is true, then I will immediately take up the other position. But yes, evolution and climate. Evolution, I don't think, is too much of a problem for most people to be aware of, but climate is political, more so than it is rational in the minds of most people. Which, it makes sense. Those with power value it because it allows them to implement policies that restrict the competition of other potential competitors. And so institutions love it because corporations love it, and institutions love money, and corporations have money, and they get more if they can reduce the competition. So it's a pretty fucked up system, but it's all self-feeding. Next thing, calls himself a rationalist, doesn't know what that means. Now, I don't know very well what that means, but I did years ago, learn some part of it, and I haven't used that word. I don't think I ever called myself that, but I wouldn't have been opposed to doing so. And now I would be more careful because I know it means something real. I mean, ration is literally from the word ration. It's about efficiency, I think, rather than about what is simply true. So I tend to use the word logic when trying to refer to the process of uncovering truth. Logic, or indeed methodological naturalism, which is a bit more specific, but similar. Then there's doesn't know how to read a scientific paper. So as I mentioned before, they don't understand the methodology. They only understand appealing to authorities. Only cares about digestible pop science clickbait. Would lose interest if he had to do the research himself. That's certainly probably true, yes. Thunderfoot prove that is a scam, bud. Now, having watched some of Thunderfoot's videos where he goes over some things that he thinks are scams, probably a lot of it he is right on. But I would, given what I know about Thunderfoot, I would tend to question the idea that all of it is correct, that he's got all of it right. It's remarkable to see something from the other side. A lot of people experience this with Kraut and Tea, for example. a lot of people have been watching it, me included, have been watching his videos on and off for years and thinking, all right, I guess, if every few claims that he made, there'd be one that he didn't really support very well, that he didn't really prove properly. And so you would, find yourself instinctively thinking, oh, he's probably looked into it. He probably knows what he's thinking about. I'll take his word for it on that. And then you proceed because he's allied. He's on your side and he's right about most of the things he says. But then if you get behind the presentation, you see it from the other side. You see the workings of that. It's totally abysmal. The kind of reasoning he had, and it shone through in his anti-race realism videos because he just couldn't keep it together. The stretches between the few data points that actually supported what he believed and the assertions he wanted to make anyway, the stretch was just too much. He just couldn't support it. And he'd been doing that for years. Tried to do that with a few people that he was trying to criticize as well. And the videos that he produced would have seemed to someone who didn't know much about the information, would have seemed compelling. But trust me, on the back end, I witnessed the terrible quality of reasoning that he was doing there. And I suspect the same thing is true of Thunderfoot and Kraut. That, yes, it looks good if you don't know very much about it, but once you actually see the reasoning behind the curtains, once you see the data points he's actually working with, it's very clear how wrong he is. I suspect that's the case with a lot of Thunderfoot's videos, not probably on the science that he's actually knowledgeable about, but on the things he tries to venture into that are closer towards politics, and certainly on politics as well. It's all a stretch. So that's it for that. I mean, I had a lot to say on that because it's all about the fundamentals of how science and knowledge and truth works, and that is very much an interesting topic to me, as indeed philosophy. Doing philosophy properly, unlike this gentleman here, who would be essentially doing it, calling it science and saying philosophy bad, but doing philosophy himself very poorly. So there you have it. Next thing. Average yearly cases of child sexual abuse. I don't know if this is true. It says source, US Department of Education. Don't know if it's true. Let's have a look anyway. Catholic priests, 201 cases of child sexual abuse. Public school employees, 29,000. Yes, indeed, Daki. You remember that, do you? So if this is true, right, the one thing that is important to note is the difference in numbers. There's probably vastly more public school employees than there are Catholic priests. And so if we were to do this per head, if we were to do this proportionate to per capita, essentially, proportionate to how many of them there are, the numbers would be closer. But still, would they be that much closer? Are there, what would that be? About 150 times as many public school employees as they are Catholic priests? Probably they are, actually. Oh, is that even correct? It would be 5 to 1,000, and no, that's not correct. 5 to 1,000, then 29. No, that is 150 times as many, roughly, I think. I could put it in a calculator, but I think it's about 150 times as many. They probably are, actually. So maybe this isn't that useful. They do appear to have missed it out. All that science meme didn't cover was for the people that use cope as an argument. Indeed, Vern. Ah, Miko. Dab on the dead. Well, yeah, I mean, dab on the dab on the murderer more so. But yeah, I think that this is critically missing some data. But it is worth noting that public school employees are at least competing with the Catholic Church, if not vastly more, for child sexual abuse. Next thing. Just in, EU Commission classifies nuclear energy as climate friendly in newly released draft taxonomy text. This should be in the news section, my mistake for miscategorizing it, but still, I'll have a quick look. More nuclear power is considered green if plants receive their permits before 2045, according to the draft. Just yesterday, Germany shut down 3 of its last 6 remaining modern nuclear power plants. Why? What the hell? So, 1, good. 2, took you fucking long enough. 3, this retard Majnu in the comments here saying uranium mining is clean, nuclear waste is clean, and Fukushima 2 in 100,000 years. So what we have here is this guy, basically. Now, I don't actually know much about uranium mining. I expect it can be made cleaner than it currently is. I'm not going to contend that bit. But nuclear waste is clean. Actually, it's cleaner than you might think. There are methods now to turn that into fuel. And there are also methods in place to get rid of it. And even then, burying it is actually a pretty good solution. No one has to know about it for as long as you like. Just find some fucking desert and bury it. It doesn't actually affect anything. If you get it anywhere near the water, you're a fucking idiot. And now, obviously, this is with good practices, but as long as we do maintain good practices, it's fine. And nuclear energy is not worth the bother of, well, maybe if someone fucks up as bad as they did in Chernobyl. And Fukushima was hit by a fucking tidal wave or something, wasn't it? And it was badly run anyway, as far as I know. Like, if you run it badly, then yeah, it can be a problem. And also, it wasn't a full meltdown in Fukushima, even though the place was totally wrecked. It wasn't a full meltdown. And modern plants are much better at protecting against that. There are even plants in theory, I think, which, and I may be wrong on this, but I think I saw a video about this recently, that can use fuel that has no chance of creating a nuclear fallout. Yeah, Solden says earthquake followed by a tsunami. They probably shouldn't have built it on the fucking on a cliff edge or wherever it was, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Stain says, nuclear energy is the answer these people fucking want, yet nuclear bad. This is Naked Stain right here. Or Stained Naked. What do you guys reckon? Because Invader here keeps changing the prefix of his name. Stained, Naked are two of the ones that he's used. So what do you think? Naked, Stained, Semen Stains? Just call me Invader. Yeah, I know you want me to do that, but why not just use the word Invader for your name then? Why do you have to add some bullshit at the beginning and then complain when we use that? You prefer it like this. Okay, Stained. Okay, Semen. Semen Stained. You understand that's how it works, right? If you're going to name yourself something stupid, you don't get to complain when people call you by the thing you've named yourself. If you want them to use the second word, that is an ask. At least, I don't know why you're laughing, Zane. At least, right, be good at Lego Star Wars enough to complete the first level, and then maybe we'll give you the respect you need. There you go, he's renamed himself to Invader. And now we definitely won't call him Stained Naked for any more than a few months from just pure memory of remembering what it was there before. You made the mistake, you don't get to wipe it out in a single instant. Anyway, moving rapidly on. Why would the medical industry lie about the safety and efficacy of vaccines? Pile of money is the answer. And it is that simple. There's very little else you need to know. And also, why politicians get involved then? Pile of money. Same fucking pile of money. Why would the press get involved? Pile of money. Why would academia get a pile of money? Why would XXXYYY get involved? Pile of money. I'm afraid it is that simple. Okay, some of the questions that you could ask, the answer is pile of money from someone for someone else results in propaganda, results in them simply believing it. There, that's the answer. Ultimately, it comes back to pile of money. Chat, I'd like you to think of other things that Mr. Naked Stains here might choose to use in front of his Invader name. And Keith suggested Afraid, which I think, Afraid Invader. Naked, Stained, and Afraid. They have to be things, right, which are not themselves, like, embarrassing or insulting, but become embarrassing or insulting given the right context. Punished, naked, afraid, and stained. This summer, Adam Sandler is Invader. What would the name of the movie be? I wonder if he'll be more offended that I said that Adam Sandler would play him than anything else I said. Gibbering Invader, that's a good one. Stained with liquid from a solid invader. Penetrated Invader. Oh, there's so many. You'll insult yourself harder than we ever could, says Turgid Invader. Well, thanks for helping. It's not like you're going to steal the show from us, Invader. You're just going to give us more ammunition. Would Matt Damon be more offensive, asks 8-Bit. Not sure. Who would be the most offensive? Played by Nobongo Murima from Africa, somewhere. Jack Murphy, yes, that could work. Played by the Afterbirth, Tom Cruise forced his wife to eat, allegedly. Oh, yeah. Played by Alec Baldwin's gun. All right, next thing. Best fairy tales of 2021. Sadly, there were no, as far as I know, new episodes of Fairy Tail in 2021, so that's not on here. But the idea that the January the 6th, it's can you even call them rioters? January the 6th, certainly not insurrectionists. The idea that they were insurrectionists. The idea that Hunter Biden was a famous painter. The idea that Kyle was a white supremacist. The idea that Jussie Smollett was a hate crime victim. The idea that the Waukesha, I think it is, SUV drove itself. The idea that Alec Baldwin's gun shot on its own accord. The idea that with Ghislaine Maxwell, there's nothing to see here. The idea that Bill Gates is a humanitarian. I still don't know much about Bill Gates, whether he is actually evil in any way. I still don't know. I'm reserving judgment. But I shall let you guys comment on that as you like. But yes, of course, the January the 6th thing was vastly overblown when there had been hundreds of riots involving death and massive destruction of property across the nation from the left, with almost no media reporting, except for the fact that it was fiery but mostly peaceful. And so the January the 6th thing, which was, by the way, directly in response to the Democrats committing one of the biggest crimes in US history, rigging the election, very evidently as well. There's vast amounts of evidence for that. The January the 6th thing was a fucking romp. Far more people got hurt and died from the protesters / demonstrators / raiders as well, by the way, than anyone else. Hunter Biden, of course, bagman for his father's corruption. Kyle self-defended himself to heroism. Jussie was always a liar, and it was kind of obvious as well. But the establishment tried their very best to get him out of the trouble that he'd put himself in, but he was just too stupid. Too stupid. So now he's going down for it, which is good. The Waukesha guy, I don't actually know much about him, but he might have been directly anti-white, or he might just have been a bastard. Alec Baldwin's probably lying about the gun. Almost certainly. I mean, the fucking interview was so cringe. I felt the whole time I was being deceived. He's probably lying significantly about the gun. I don't suspect he had murderous intent. I just suspect he's a fucking idiot. Ghislaine Maxwell supported a pedophile, smuggling, provisioning, and various other things empire for decades. She is among the worst scum in the world. And everything that she knew should be public knowledge. And then she should be put in prison for the rest of her life. I don't know, as I say, I don't know much about Bill Gates. I've heard a lot of people say things about him, but I haven't really seen anything that's I consider evidence. I haven't really looked, though. Yeah, indeed, Daco with the nuclear solar thing. No, the solar farm they've got there with the reflector, it looks cool. But yeah, it probably produces much less than your average nuclear power plant. The thing is, like, solar arraying a desert seems like a good idea. I'm sure there's good arguments against it, but of course you've got to fucking mine the resources, and how long is it going to take for that to pay for itself? Possibly a very long time. And then you've got like the issue of wear and tear, maintenance. It might not even be worth it to solar panel the deserts, to be honest. Kittler says, I own a replica of the older version of the same gun Baldwin used, and there is no way the gun would have been fired without his finger on the trigger. There have been different reports on what the gun was. Unfortunately, two main different reports I've heard, but in both cases it'd be difficult. We did watch the interview, we did a stream on it. Unfortunately, it's going to be difficult for you to find the stream because YouTube censors my channel, but we did do a stream looking at his interview, and his narrative is not as bad as what we originally heard, but I suspect that's because he's lying. Bryce says the best argument against is that you can just slap a nuclear reactor in the desert instead. That's a good point. Although, of course, the issue with nuclear reactors is you need to cool the material that comes out, and the desert wouldn't be the best place for that. But it's still not too bad. I mean, it's like the temperature of the desert is still not high enough that it would be prohibitive, I don't expect. You might get a bit less profit out of the nuclear power plant, but probably not much less. I forgot to read out Yez's contribution, by the way. I'll do that now. Yez said, Tolkien is based as fuck. I wish I could be at the viewing this Saturday, but unfortunately I'm working 12 hours, and they are almost exactly the 12 hours that you guys will be watching. Speaking of work, that's what I'm doing now, so have some money. Thank you, Yez. I appreciate that. And yeah, I'm sorry about the timing. There was never going to be any way that we were going to make it possible for everyone to attend, sadly. I didn't know that you would be unable to. I wonder if we should have a vote as to whether Saturday or Sunday should be the day that we would do. Chat, let's just have a preview now of what the vote would be. This is not official, this is not binding. But chat, press 1 if you prefer to do the Lord of the Rings thing on Saturday. Press 2 if you prefer to do it on Sunday. And I will assume that Yeza's vote is 2 if she's not here, but I don't know, because she said that Saturday is not possible. But I don't know if Sunday is for her either. Most people voting 1. There's also the point that if you're in the UK, we'll be going until 3 a.m. And so that's probably a bit too late for if it's a work day on Monday. So there is that factor that we can do on Saturday. Ebb says Monday, making him immediately the most unpopular man on the server. Well, again. Yeah, almost everyone's up for Saturday. We'll do Saturday then. Epipicky prefers Sunday. You'll be able to join us on Saturday anyway, Epipicky, even though you prefer Sunday. I may have said that wrong just now. Bright is voting for 69, which, I mean, I don't disagree, though it doesn't help with the current vote. Punished Naked Slimy Invader says, I'm meant to be out Saturday getting drunk with friends. Well, then don't be a pussy. Stay in and get drunk with friends instead. Watch Lord of the Rings with us. Be a retard. Not Moose, or Nazi for short, apparently, says, bury the power plant and it'll shed heat into the much cooler subterranean soil. Sure, that could work. I'll take your word for it. That's a good point, Invader. The people in real life aren't your friends. Your only real friends are here in Cabal. Roger, that's a good response. Let's add that. Someone add that to the meme system. Someone add that to Zane's meme system. All right, next thing. We'll get through with memes fairly soon. I'm over halfway through them now. Yes, that's another good one, Ebb. Although, of course, it doesn't work in the context. You're still being told to keep your fork tucked behind your teeth, no matter how many good Lord of the Rings gifs you post. Right. Okay, so men having fun and enjoying themselves outside, being watched from behind the blinds in their palaces by bitter women thinking about how to ruin their day. This is indeed a true thing. And it's not just men either. It is mostly men, to be fair. It is mostly men that bitter women are trying to ruin the day of. And it's not just men, because they will also ruin the days of other women just to ruin the days of men who are having fun. Grid Girls, perfect example of that. I remember a few years ago, this is probably now 5 years ago. It's been a while, hasn't it, chat? But the Grid Girls thing, where a bunch of feminists said that Grid Girls, who are the girls that come on before like formula races to look pretty and hold up signs and stuff and sponsors and whatnot, it's too objectifying. They should not be able to do that anymore. Men shouldn't push the women out to do it. And then you get interviews from the women saying, no, we like it. It's a good job. We love it, in fact, etc., etc. Obviously, the people that are doing it are not being forced to do it. They're paid well. But no, the feminists put them out of a job just because the men were enjoying it. That was a situation where literally everyone lost except the shittiest people who got what they wanted but didn't actually get anything useful. They just got to fuck over someone else's day. A society ruled by that kind of person would be very shit. And we are in it now. The Grid Girl women are probably among the groups of women in society who are not like this. It's not all women, but it's a lot of them. Next up. I don't know why this meme looks like it's 30 years old, but probably because it is. Promised to have the most transparent administration in history, WikiLeaks makes this promise come true. This meme might honestly be 10 years old. Also, I just showed it because I thought it was funny, but obviously it's not relevant to current day. Or is it? Moving on. Ah, yes. This is one of our stories, actually. Fox News. Ron DeSantis accompanied wife to cancer treatment while critics claimed he was missing. NBC News. Florida Democrats blast MIA Gov Ron DeSantis as COVID cases surge. Ron DeSantis' wife saying she loves him. Ron DeSantis saying, I love you too, we're going to get through this. And the media outside shouting, wow, looks like Death Santis is taking some personal time off while people are literally dying in his state. Has he no shame? This was a story that demonstrated the journalists, once again, for the utterly despicable shit stains that they are. Because they did, in fact, and I believe knowingly, use the fact that Ron DeSantis was off duty due to his wife having cancer treatments. I don't know how terminal the cancer is, but really either way, doesn't really matter. Having cancer treatments and looking after her. They used that fact to defame him. Used the fact that he was looking after his wife during cancer treatments to defame him. As Daddy Bill says, the journo coursed. So yes, that is going to be a story that we have today. I'm not sure if we'll get to covering it. I suppose that depends on how strong the NSP is. Next up. Time Traveler, what year is it? Me, it's 2020. Time Traveler, oh, the first year of the pandemic. Me, the what? And this was a meme from 2020. And now here you're on 2022 thinking, yeah, it did end up that bad. Weren't we naive back then, thinking it was the what? No, turns out the Time Traveler was fucking right. The first year of the pandemic. Yep, it was. Now here in 2022, when the pandemic is essentially, according to the evidence we have, no worse than the flu. And we're just sitting here thinking, oh God, they are still whining. They are still telling us that we need to lose our freedoms. It's horrific. I tend to think that it will be difficult for them to maintain it too much longer. But the thing is, they might not need to. They might be able to build up such a baseline of oppression that the oppression due to COVID is just background noise. Punished, slimy, slicked, worn, and frankly, filthy. Invader says the worst thing about all this is being proven right constantly. I know, I just hate it. Invader says that I should stop mocking him using his name. What do the rest of you think? Do you think press 1 if I should stop mocking him, press 2 if I should continue mocking him using his name? That's interesting, Invader. It looks like maybe you're not in the majority in asking me to stop. Yes, we are, Steve. Someone please post at Steve the hazing, the Cabal hazing meme. Because Steve, one of the policies here in Cabal is that high standards for human conduct, high standards for meritocratic behavior, high standards for being a man or being a good woman, just being a good person in general. We want to be exemplars to some extent, to not forget what society is supposed to be like, what the people in society are supposed to be like. My policy is that I will act as a reasonable person in a free society would, even though we are not living in a free society. One of the ways to achieve that is to constantly enforce those high standards with hazing and bullying. You must remember that it's not actually vindictive in almost all cases, even though it may seem like it. I have very little against Invader, except of course all the things that I constantly mention. But no, seriously though, nothing specifically against him. Or anyone else that I bully. And yet the bullying will continue and perhaps intensify, as appropriate. The bullying will continue until the quality of society improves. And it actually works as well. This is not some this is not some experimental flash in the pan community I've got running here. This community has been running for 6 years. Occasional lulls and dips in activity, but only where I dipped. Well, the policies that I use to run it are those that create long-term, stable, and functional communities. Next thing. Delta, the alpha Greek... Oh, no, it's that Delta Greek symbol. It's similar to alpha, my mistake. Delta Greek symbol, triangle, Omicron, circle with a dot in it. Delta Omicron, triangle with a circle with a dot in it. Nothing to see here. Now, the thing is that I'm not trying to say that the ideas of the Illuminati or something like it, more likely something like it, are wrong, because there are evil people who have too much power and who have actually quite manipulative ambitions for how to maintain and increase that power in the world. The idea of the Illuminati just comes from that. There's a lot of bunk added onto it, I'm sure, but the base idea is that, and that I think is true. But this is probably a coincidence. The Delta Omicron thing is probably just a coincidence. It's certainly, like, a triangle and a circle are pretty fucking common symbols, so it's probably a coincidence. Let's go to the next thing. Ah, yes. So this is kind of like, I kind of like this as a based centrist myself, as someone who values balance, because this is kind of like the anti-opinion of each side, something that they might actually say, but which is definitely anti to the sort of spirit or the expectations of that side. So Red Square says buying stocks, absolutely. That's how workers can seize control over the means of production. Blue Square says, don't you lay a finger on the transgenders. They're part of our Western culture. Green Square says, sweetie, you're being racist towards Americans. They're victims of British imperialism. And then Yellow Square says, of course I support unions. They're individual workers exercising their right to work. Now, the issue, of course, the main issue here, of course, the main problem with this, as I'm sure you guys have noticed, is that on the Yellow Square they used the wrong there. It should have been T-H-E-I-R. But that's about it. So I guess I'll briefly comment on this, that the Red Square comment there is pretty accurate. Like, that is the whole idea of having a community owned by the workers company. It's possible today. There are companies that do stock options. I think that's pretty much the same thing. Where instead of I can either sacrifice some amount of your pay or some other benefit to get part ownership of the company, which is kind of like a collective commission. So the better the company does, the better you do. That's my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But that's pretty good. Not only do I like that idea, but socialists should too. Which maybe it indicates that it's not a good idea, but no, I think it is. I think that is a way for the workers to part own the means of production. And if that idea of having workers part owning the corporation, if that created better corporations, if that created a better society, there's a fair chance that it would be done more than it is. I think it is already done fairly often, but maybe not often enough. Maybe it'd be better if it was done more, but there probably is a reason it's not. So, of course, what actually happens is that people enter the stocks game for its own sake, and they become ultra-rich by doing so, and the intelligent and the ruthless tend to be the ultra-rich in that case. But then in the socialist system, they would just be a different form of ultra-rich. Same shit, different day. Blue Square here, don't you lay a finger on the transgenders, they're part of our Western culture. And sadly, they kind of are. The problem is that Western culture is not always right. And that is the main thing. The Blue Square here is probably the one that's most objectionable, actually. The one that makes the least sense. Because Western culture, not everything it does is right or should be maintained. There's a lot of periods that I've talked about before of experimentation. Weimar Germany is Western culture, but no reasonable person would suggest that was a good functioning way to run society. It's almost the worst it could be while still being classifiable as Western culture. And of course, if you're not a fan of fascism, then Germany is sort of, Germany in World War II is Western culture, and there are other radical movements that have been part of it. So there's not a good argument that it's just because it's part of Western culture it should maintain. What you could say is that homosexuality is part of Western culture, because actually tolerance, pluralism, and hybridization of different approaches to life is part of Western culture. The high trust and permissiveness of things that would otherwise be considered fatal flaws, but are actually not really. Of course, that can go too far, but some amount of that is what has made Western countries the high-trust societies they are. Now, transgenderism is one of those things where the vast minority of people that are transgender are the ones that actually have gender dysphoria, which I believe is probably a real condition. The rest of them are predators, deceived, or trenders. Unfortunately, that's the majority. And I even have plenty of transgender friends who would say the same thing. So I don't view transgenderism as generally a good part of culture. However, people that have gender dysphoria and find a way to live their life that is satisfying to them and makes them a productive member of society, which involves pretending to some extent to be a different gender, fine. It's rare enough that, fine. The problem is the fakers and the various other groups that latch onto that. But homosexuality is a better example, because homosexuality itself is not actually a problem at all. Now, it can correlate with problems, of course. I've heard reports that most pedophiles are also homosexual or bisexual, or probably that. That's probably, if that is true, it doesn't mean that homosexuality is the problem, though it might explain why homosexuality has been derided throughout history, if that is true. But that's a better example, that we can endure a society with less purity than other societies require. But of course, there are limits to that. Green Square says, don't be racist towards Americans, they're victims of British imperialism. This is the kind of thing that, if the shoe was on the other foot, if different people were in power, if the power needed to be wielded a slightly different way, they'd be saying this. The problem with the ideology down there, the problem with the ideology down there is that it's totally fucking inconsistent. So yeah, literally anything could work. It just depends on the flavor of the day. There's not much to say on that one. Yellow Square saying that they support unions. That isn't a great argument, because all collectives are made up of individuals. It doesn't mean that you like the collective just because it's made up of individuals, because the whole point of that kind of person is that they're against collective action generally. So just because it's made up of individuals. However, I don't have anything against unions inherently, just against when they gain too much power, when the collective is too powerful, when they get too corrupt, when there isn't anything being done about them. When they're given institutional power, essentially, they shouldn't be. It should be pretty fluid. People should be allowed to leave and join as they like without any pressure or without any requirements, without any integration. It should just be an informal organization that help each other to bargain together. They agree the individuals as part of the union, agree to work with each other, agree to do things which might be individually hurtful, like not coming into work, striking, like other things. But collectively, it makes a much bigger difference. That's what unions are good for. Instituting them, implementing them, integrating them, just makes it essentially a gang. Just makes it just a collective without the benefits. Because there's no competition. If you have to join a union, then you're not in there to do what it's about. And that does apply to a lot of things. That's a good argument for a lot of pro-libertarian positions. But that would be my take on it. Maybe you guys would have more information that shows I'm wrong. Achilles says, a better example against yellow would be, yes, consumers are totally within their individual rights to petition for antitrust measures. Maybe, yeah, that is still individuals saying something about collectives. But perhaps, Achilles, very similar to what you're saying, is more about, yes, a private company can do whatever it wants, just like private individuals can criticize them en masse for doing so. Because that is still, it refers to a collective, but it's more about the individual actions. And it's a common argument launched by usually Green Square, actually, but and Red Square, ironically, or not ironically, but as like a gotcha, but also probably Yellow Square, against things like Twitter is censorious. We're not saying they're not allowed to censor people on their platform, although there are laws saying they're not. I'll get into that in a second. But what we're saying is it's wrong. They shouldn't be doing it. We're allowed to say that even if what they're doing is legal. Someone being an asshole still gets criticized. Someone who is wrong, factually or morally, still gets criticized even if what they're doing isn't illegal. The idea that they're a private company, so they're beyond reproach, that's not quite the point, is it? And obviously, I think it's Section 230 or whatever it is that says that if they're to be a platform, then they have to be non-discriminatory to the viewpoints that they have on there. But they get protections by the consideration that those viewpoints are the property and the responsibility of the person that posted them, rather than the platform itself. YouTube, especially because they're censored me, but before that, Twitter probably as well, especially with Trump and with other politicians as well, and Facebook similarly, should not be considered platforms. They are definitely publishers at this point, and yet they still are. So what they're doing is actually wrong, is actually against the agreement that they have with the government. So no, even the argument that they're a private company, they can do whatever they want, is wrong. They can't. Now, maybe to a libertarian you could say that and say, well, Section 230 is a bad thing. But I think an argument can quite easily be made that in the age of the internet, you can't just hold the site responsible for people posting on it. Maybe a society built like that could end up working, but I don't know. Let's go on to the next thing. Aaron Cariati from Twitter said, friend's cousin went to King's game. Don't know who that is. There were 3 lines to get in. Vaccinated, rapid test, proof of negative test. He was vaccinated but figured he'd get a rapid test just to see. Tested positive, got out of that line, into the vaccinated line, showed his passport and went in. So, 1, keck. 2, shut the fuck up. If you do this, if you show them how the system is terrible, look, they can't bother, they can't enforce their policies for shit. There's easy ways to get around it. Then they'll just plug the holes. You're telling them how to fix the dystopia. Stop. This is not a good idea to revel in this. I'm only showing it to tell you for future reference. Best not to mention it if this comes up. Although, if those are the 3 lines, then good luck getting in without having been vaccinated. At this point, there are people in the world, let us say, people who are criming, people who have made fake passports. Naturally do not crime, chat, and I would certainly never support such a thing as that. Let's just do a do not crime. I would also never support undesirables during Nazi Germany trying any method they could to evade tyranny. I certainly wouldn't support that, because that would technically be a crime. And so I wouldn't support the same thing with vaccine passports either. So obviously, yeah, do not crime. Do not crime, chat. Anyway, next thing. Yeah, there's an advert from My Fair Nation, from the NHS, saying, act like you've got it. You don't need symptoms to have coronavirus. Which is, even though that may be true, even though there is some evidence we have that there were or are asymptomatic variants, that still sounds very fucking religious, doesn't it? Hands, face, space, a little rhyme they've got there. And then, like, you're at the window with someone saying, miss you. You're right fucking there. You weren't doing this for the flu, why do it for the sniffle? And then the 4chan response is, lads, I'm struggling to tell propaganda apart from stuff we've made to take the piss. It really is. This looks like it's fake, but it still might be fake, but it looks like a good fake if it is. It's pretty cringe. I shall not for a second shy away from the fact that my nation does cringe things a lot. I will merely say that others are doing very similarly cringe things as well. We're not alone in it. Right. Next thing. Yes, Robert Malone, who I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, was the inventor of mRNA, which is the technology used in vaccines. Step 1, all the scientists agree. Step 2, here's a scientist that doesn't. Step 3, censored. Step 4, all the scientists agree. Clap, 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 clap. Robert Malone has been suspended from Twitter. Probably, I don't know why, but I suspect for the same reason that I got a strike from YouTube several times, which was quote-unquote medical misinformation. Didn't even state that something medically, scientifically relevant is true. I would only ever have stated that it may be true or it's something to look into. I only ever report on things like that Slovenia thing, and that was probably not true, and I said that at the time, but merely reporting on it, that's what I got the medical misinformation strike for. And frankly, if they're going to medical misinformation strike me for reporting on an example of someone calling out a massive conspiracy in Slovenia to give the wealthy placebos and some people cancer through the vaccine, as I said, might not be true. But if I'm going to get struck for saying it, that makes it sound more true. And probably the same thing is true for Robert Malone. I suspect that whatever he's saying about mRNA is correct. That's why he's been censored. But of course, that's not sufficient heuristic on its own to assess that he's correct. Yeah, similarly with the Ron DeSantis thing. The top one, is that Pete Buttigieg and some man who I assume is his man. I don't know what they've got in those bundles, but I hope that they are not being abused as we speak. Not all homosexuals, but probably from what I've seen, quite a lot. From some stats I've seen. And then Ron and his wife, how long does cancer treatment take? Boo-hoo-wah. A lot of them don't even know that that's what they're crying about, and yet. Verdant says, call him booty gay. Daddybull says, butt judge. Punished, slimy, wetted invader says, Pete butt edge. Now, all of you, I think, are doing exactly what your opponent would want. You're taking the easy answer, which is just calling him gay. Now, I respect calling people gay, of course, but I think with him, it's too obvious. It's too much what your opponent would value you doing. It makes you too predictable, makes you too easy. So I just mock how stupid the name sounds. Pete Buttigieg. And then people correct me, and they get sad, they get whiny. No, it's butt judge, or it's whatever it actually is. They get upset at me more than they would at the people who are making gay jokes. Next thing. This is the last meme I have today. Astronomy. I can explain the phenomenons of the heavens with scientific data and put men on the fucking moon. Astrology. Don't be mad I keyed your car. It's not my fault I'm a pistachio. Anyone in chat a pistachio? Hey, Ginge gets it. Pete Buttigieg. Yes, literally a potentially valid reading of his name, which is obviously not how he want it to be read, but that's how I always read it. It's the most overdone reading of his name. Invader admits to being a retard. So, yes. Is anyone in chat a pistachio? I'm just curious. Is that your star sign? Yeah. Astrology is one of those things, like religion, which, if it has a practical benefit in that it is potentially a useful deception, then fine. I don't see how it could be, really. I think it's just one of those things where, yeah, people are just being tricked by suggestion, by something that could apply to almost anything, or by just, like, random nonsense. If it's not even a assessment, if it's just a prediction. You will have a great month. Oh, fantastic. Has a shit month. Oh, well, it was great in a way. Job done. So astrology is probably, I'm reluctant to say it's just bullshit and it should be dropped, because people do it. There must be something to it. But not everything people do is useful. So I suppose it could just be that. It could just be an anomaly. It could just be vestigial, or just a harmless problem. But it probably does help some people in some way. Like if they think that their lives, if they want meaning in the world in general, and nothing else works for them, but astrology does, maybe they need it to get through the day. If so, fine. Fuck it. I don't care. It may be total bullshit, but if it works for you, not my problem. Yeah, as Bright says, it helps people make money. I'm trying to think of a positive, though, not just a... Well, that's a negative in terms of advocating for it, in terms of its merits. Punished Pistachio says, guess I'm a pistachio. Have you added that to the law, Silent? You've added self-proclaimed retard. What you should add is confirmed pistachio. Also, you should change Iron Mouse Stan to grievously obsessed with Iron Mouse. Those words specifically. Grievously obsessed with Iron Mouse. Invader's not okay with it, but Silent is. No, it's not alleged. It's true. Chat, press 1 if Invader is grievously obsessed with Iron Mouse. Silent, I give you confirmation. I love Ginger was typing a different message. I just added the one at the end because it's true. Invader says this is tyranny. Does that make you a bottom, Invader? Should we give you the bottom role? If it's mob rule, Invader, then why are only some people on the server suffering as a result? What makes them the ones that suffer as a result of that tyranny? Is it that they are dissenters against the system? The ones that criticize me? No. In fact, it seems that the ones that criticize me the most and the most potently are the ones that rise to the top fastest. Is it the people who are the best comedians or, you know, the best producers, the best creators, the best, etc., etc.? No, it's not. It's the people that need to be bullied. Let's face it, right? It's the people that need to be bullied. All I'm saying, Invader, is I do provide this service for free, but if you want to pay me for it, I think it would be appropriate. And if you would like to do so, that's tip.oozloo.net or fund.oozloo.net for longer term. Remember, tip.oozloo.net, if you send a contribution, then it increases the multiplier for a bit, and so you might, if you want to help, encourage other people to send in a contribution straight afterwards. Now we shall move on to the next part of the show. Vote on content. I will also, before I send the vote message, let me say this, I'm also going to send another message that says guest. Votes on the guest message will advocate for certain guests to come on. You'll have to figure out who corresponds to which emoji. I see Ginge, 8-Bit Picky, Verdant, and Bright. I think Bright, yeah, Bright is there as well. Zane, there's quite a few people that could come on. So vote for content and then vote for guest on the guest message. Ginge says, the people on voice without confidence are bullied by the people on voice with confidence. The non-voice people are just spectators in the peanut gallery. It's quite beautiful in a way. It is quite a nice social order we've got going here, isn't it? But it certainly works for me. Being the dictator, of course, I suppose it would. Guest. So the first vote was for Zane. The second vote was, I guess, the tomboy is 8-Bit Picky. She's certainly the closest match to that. That is there currently, I know of. 3 enough. I guess that would be Verdant. 4 is also for Zane. Oh no, the fourth one, the Ahagao face. The fifth one, Verified Gay, is also for Zane. I don't see any of them that correspond with Ginger. Add one that's just the orange circle, chat. So as for the vote itself, you can't vote for, if you vote for the memes again, it's not going to be a very good section. I'm just going to have to go through Cabal and find any memes that I missed. I don't think I think I got everything. So I think if the meme Confederacy vote wins again, we probably just won't do it. And then the news is making a surge. It's at 6 votes. I wonder if that might win. I wonder if the news supremacy will triumph. However, it looks like the TVUP is stronger than I gave it credit for at the end of last stream, because the TVUP, voting for Tomboy and VTubers, is currently in the lead on both categories. Both of them have 10 votes. The nearest is news with 8. People have added a bunch of different ginger-coloured things. Oh, Ginger has quite a lot of votes too. In fact, he's in the lead right now. Yes, Eb, his hair is currently fantastic. But it is Ginger naturally. Oh, guys, Invader does not want news. So I'm expecting to see news gain a bunch of votes now. I'll keep an eye on the votes. Yep, there it goes. Rocketing ahead. I do have some stories today. It's been a while since we've done news. It would be good to have someone on to talk about it with. I think if we get Ginger on, probably we'll do some UK stories first, or UK/European stories, but I have lots of US stories as well. Ginge, yeah, maybe I should too. It's the 4th. Maybe I should change out of the Christmas hat by now. Mr. Paul says, news, XXX. Well, it is currently winning, I think, because Invader does not want it to. It's currently winning by 9 votes, so it's pretty unlikely to get anything else. And as for the guest, we currently have Ginger in the lead with 13, followed by a tie between 8-Bit Picky and Verdant. And then there's also 7 votes for Wes, who is not here. And then for guest, there's also 7 votes for my dog. Oh, and there's 8 for Zane, actually. So Zane's actually in 2nd place as guest. Oh, it's 8 for my dog. I wonder, what will it be, chat? All right, so anyone who has a significant number of votes, ping me if you're able to come on. Ginger's back in his Ginger profile picture. Good to know. Yeah, Ginger, my display, the voice display thing should update with your profile picture. So it would have been okay to bring you on before that. Verdant, if we assume that you are Ina in the voting, then you got joint 3rd place. Yeah, it was Ginger, then it was my dog, then it was Zane, then it was joint Verdant and 8-Bit Picky. So you got joint 4th place. So Boomer, ping me if you want to come on. Zane, ping me if you want to come on. And Ginger, ping me if you want to come on. Also, 8-Bit and Verdant, ping me if you're able to come on. Just so I know. And I will have one of you on, and then we'll do news, because news has won the vote by quite a lot. That's not going to change now. Oh no, we've managed to chase away Invader. Invader, no, come back. It'll be great. You'll love it. Why do you dislike the news as a stream segment, Invader? It is sort of what I built this community on. I'd like to say that I'm glad that since being banned from YouTube, the viewership on Discord is right back up to what it was before. The people who might have found out about the stream through YouTube and then come over here, they seem to all have just come over here. So I no longer need YouTube to get me viewers in the Discord anyway, and they're the high quality ones. There were many more viewers on YouTube. There were 150 sometimes on YouTube, but I've honestly not lost much by losing my main channel, which is nice actually. All that history gone, yes, it sucks, but I'm feeling much more light and mobile now that I don't have to worry about that anymore. And that's frankly where I want to be, especially when I'm being hunted by censors. I would like to be more agile. So I think it is a shame that I lost that history, but I think maybe it is a better situation overall. I will do something more with it. Keep sending me stream keys, by the way. If you have if you want your channel to freely host my stream content, no cost to you, or of course it might get you censored, but you can then do whatever you want with the content. If you end up with super chats on your channel, you can have the money. If you end up with ads, you can have the ad money. As long as you host my streams on YouTube. And if you want to do that, then just DM me your stream key. There were a couple that people sent me that I need to add, which I have not added yet, so sorry about that. But I will do that. And if you want help getting the stream key, I can do that for you. So I don't think I saw Ginge ping me. Oh, no, he did. He did. Ginge and Verdant pinged me. So I think what we'll do is we'll have Dog on near the end because he's currently asleep and he's being very good. I don't want to disturb him because he might then disturb the stream more. Zane, I don't think has pinged me. Zane, you got the second most votes. So Zane, ping me if you're able to come on. And then 8-Bit and Verd also ping me if you're able. Oh, Verd already did. 8-Bit ping me if you're able to come on. Right, so if I put your stream in front of over 1,000 people, can I still keep super chats, or would that be a bit much? If you get the stream viewable by that many people, then that works for me. Maybe I would have to work something else out if it gets that. Because if your platform becomes the main venue for people to watch my streams, that may be a bit much. But until that actually happens, I'm not going to do anything about it. I reserve the right to say something about it then, but even then, I'm not going to be an asshole about it. I'm not going to pull the rug out from under you. I'm just going to ask for a bit of moderation, if anything. All right, chat. Press 1 if you want me to bring on Ginger, Verdant, and 8-Bit. Press 2 for less than all 3 of them to come on. Fair enough. Let's make it happen. Right, once more. All right. Verdant, 8-Bit, and Ginger, you are in the guest pit.
Hello.
Hello there. Let me do a screen share. Now, I must remind you with the screen share that it sometimes crashes my Discord. If it does, I'll be back in a second.
Alrighty. Thanks for the warning.
Right, good. The Discord voice player is working. How are you all doing today?
I'm doing rather well, actually.
Fantastic.
I've
Ginger's
just
the
come
first
back
prominent
home
member of the
from-
server to have taken off his Christmas scarf, which I suppose
well, it's-
signals that it's time.
Yes, my family has taken down the Christmas decorations in the house, so I figure it's about time. I did the same for my online profile.
Makes sense.
But normally decorations don't come down until July.
Actually, Verdant, I think you took off the hat before, didn't you, a few days ago?
Yes, I did.
Chat, does Verdant count as prominent? And 8-Bit still has the Let It Snow jumper on. I admire that.
Yes, it won't be. I won't go back to my usual profile until after the Three Kings Day, which is Thursday, January 6th.
Okay. Fair
I
enough.
have just realised the meaning behind your profile pics, 8-Bit. I quite like
good.
that jumper.
It is good.
I was looking for a very ugly sweater, but then I saw this and I gotta have it.
Yes, definitely.
I think I'll probably be lazy enough not to bother changing it until the 7th anyway, which will also satisfy the whole Three Kings Day thing, which I've never heard of, but I believe you. It's a good point, Achilles. Go on.
Oh, sorry. It's just basically it's the celebration of the Epiphany, where I'm not really that well versed of the holiday, but it just happens to be well celebrated here in Miami, Florida. Basically, is a story of the three kings discover or had a prophecy that there will be the Son of God, quote unquote, that will be born on a specific day of the signal of the Christmas star. Thus, they begin the journey, and thus we have the Three Kings Day on January 6th.
Yes, Uzlu, I also heard that.
Would that have been the previous January the 6th? And then they journey for the entire year?
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Right. Yes, essentially, Raja. Understood. So that's why I was confused, because it seems the way around. But I suppose it's just the other way around. Okay. Let's do news, which is what the people voted for. Ginger, I think it's the first time you've witnessed it, or the first time you've commented on it either way. What do you think of the content voting system?
You mean the method of using emojis to vote for things, but it's not really stated what emoji responds to what? It's
Some
a
of them
good
are
little
obvious.
game.
Sorry,
I
say
like
again?
It's a good little game. I quite like it.
Okay, good. The people in chat have been liking it. I asked them a while ago. In fact, I'll do it again. Press 1 if you like the content voting. Press 2 if you prefer the old style of me just doing memes, then news every time. If you want to press 3, at least tell me what the hell that means. Ebb, Verdant, Theo. Superfly pressed 5 for some reason. Then Verdant, why don't you join the CMP? The CMP is the party, the Cabal Monarchist Party, which seeks the dissolution of the streamocracy system.
I already have dual allegiances to the YMD and the TVUP. I'm not gonna betray those to
What's the
go to
YMD?
a third party. The YMD is Yago, my dad.
YMD. Yeah.
What What is all of this? Have I missed something?
Yeah, political parties formed around the voting system.
Yes, Ginge, you missed the establishment of democracy in Uzlu's streaming.
Chat, you should try and get Ginge on your side. He's a potent force for any democratic party.
Yes, I'm entirely ignorant to this. So anybody who wishes to plead their case, do so, and you may win me over.
Keith is running the CMP, which seeks the dissolution of the Streamocracy system, and he's asking for more members.
Right.
Daka is forming the ICA, the Independent Cabal Alliance, lol, vote for whatever. Daka, remember to put that in Streamocracy channel if you haven't already.
Okay, so Keith is basically voting for just getting rid of what we currently have, which
Yes.
is just anarchy. Daka is
monarchy.
creating a party that's monarchy. Monarchy, is it?
He wants
Okay.
me to choose the stream content without asking the audience.
Well, a monarchy doesn't necessarily mean you choose without asking the audience.
I
But
know.
It
but
can
still.
mean that you choose without taking the audience's heard opinions into account. I have heard your opinion on the matter and elected to ignore it.
Which is
It's always
the
a fun
correct
way to
thing
do
to do.
things. Ebb says, Ginge, please don't join one of the many parties trying to genocide me. Don't worry, Ebb, I never go for the mainstream parties in the first place. You're safe from that.
Actually, that's all parties except for the Ebb Protection Party.
Ebb Protection League, I think.
Right.
The EPL, yes.
Ooh, Keith is appealing to me on a racial level by claiming ginger solidarity. Unfortunately, he has done the heinous crime of Netflix and niggering himself in his profile picture. So,
Do you want to read out Dirty Bill's Meme Supremacy Party platform in the correct voice?
I can't really do a northern accent, but
Okay.
I'll give it a try. Which
Well,
is
just do a
ironic,
working
given that
class
I'm
British
from the north.
accent.
Meme Supremacy Party platform. Love our memes. Love our tomboys. Love our politics. Love our doggos. Support our wizard. Hate Ebbs. Don't hate VTubers, just don't like them. Simple as.
There you go, chat.
I can see the appeal there, but personally, that's not for me.
Which part of that do you disagree with?
I don't get the Ebb hate. Ebb is just hating Ebb is like hating Ebb is like hating dandelions. It's putting too much emotional investment into something so insignificant.
Is it kind of like
But
hating
before you-
tribbles?
Hmm.
It's not their fault they breed
Before you-
like crazy. No, malicious.
Before you go on a limb and join the EPL out of sympathy for Ebb, have you considered the Cabal's Tomboy VTuber United Party?
Tomboys United what? Say that
Tomboy
again.
VTuber Unity Party, TVUP, the
Yes.
first party.
Right.
Also the sound that
I-
soap makes when it leaves your hands, apparently.
I don't have anywhere near enough appeal towards tomboys or vice versa to be considered. I don't feel as though I would belong in such a party. I must admit, so far I am most strongly leaning towards joining up with Keith's thing.
Well,
Speaking of Keith, what was your what?
Achilles has recommended a new party platform line for Keith's monarchy party. He says it's not just monarchy, it's despotic daddy absolutist monarchy.
Perhaps I should start my own party.
Perhaps with blackjack, maybe hookers?
Perhaps.
What would you advocate for? There's also the Meme Confederacy Party, which Wes runs, which is arguably different than the Meme Supremacy Party, but not really. And then there's also the NSP, the News Supremacy Party, which won the last vote.
The News Supremacy Party won the last vote. That's almost sad. If I was to create a party, the leading ideological front that pushes my party forward would be just simply relaxing. I just want to grill, but gaming instead, because
Gaming
you can do
Supremacist
that with
Party.
friends.
Gaming votes have occasionally got quite a lot. I think on the first of these democracy streams, we did end with gaming.
So what would be the Ginger Gaming Party? The GGP?
How about just GG? Ginger Gaming
Yes,
or
Roger.
Gamergate?
I just want to drill. That's it. That's the slogan.
Oh, God.
How about the I'll get
No,
something.
that's it. That's it. I am hereby announcing the formation of the GDP, the Ginger Drilling Party. Oh, wait, no, that's terrible.
Decrona suggests grilling, gaming, and ginger. I was going to suggest something with an O in the middle. Ginger, ginger, something beginning with O party for the GOP. You might need to explain why drilling is coming into it before people make the same assumption that Petrichor just made.
Yes, it's for Deep Rock Galactic, just to be clear, but don't worry.
One day you'll be able to vote to get me to actually join Deep Rock Galactic.
Thank you for adding that to the law, Sile. That is worth it purely for the comedic effect.
Raji Yali says Deep Throat Galactic.
Just to be clear, that was entirely an incidental and accidental. I didn't realize I was making that until I said it out loud.
Yeah, you should call it the Deep Rock Party, or DP for short.
There's enough things labeled DP on the internet. Thank you.
And the worst of them is the Drunken Peasants, let alone that other one.
Ah,
Yeah, you could integrate
the
the cuckoo.
Soulless Cookie Party. I suppose it is.
The SCP.
Cuckoo, one of the only other words in the English language that contains the word cuck.
Yes. I
Kinda
don't
like
know. I'll have to
Scunthorpe.
put some thought into it. Scunthorpe is a terrible place.
Yes, it
You
is.
should go there.
Named appropriately.
Yes.
Right. You have a lot to think about, I think, Ginge, about what kind of party you want to make. Until then, let's have a look at some news. This came up recently. I don't know how accurate this is. It's from the Miami Herald, and given the actual headline, it's probably total bullshit. But let's find out. Maxwell case logs show how frequently Trump flew on Epstein's jets. Bill Clinton too. Donald Trump appears to have flown on Jeffrey Epstein's private jets 6 more times than was previously known, according to flight logs released as evidence in Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. Worth noting that the little black book, which showed the evidence of all kinds of people, all kinds of celebrities across the world that had been involved in this paedophile trafficking ring, that wasn't released to the public. But information indicting Donald Trump was. So I would have trouble believing this. But even if it is true, the one time that we knew of that he flew on it was because his private jet was under repairs and he had to borrow someone else's, namely Epstein, who he didn't know at the time was a massive paedophile smuggler. Later distanced himself from Epstein when that truth became known publicly. However, if there were 6 more occasions, it could be just 6 more times that he did that. Or it's a lie, which is also possible.
I'm just waiting for our good old friend Eufio to pop out of the woodwork saying, "See, he practically lived on that island."
He owned
And
a
of course,
boat.
I'm not doing the nasal voice.
President Trump was asking about Ghislaine Maxwell, the longtime companion of Jeffrey Epstein, who stands accused of facilitating the abuse of girls by the now deceased sex offender, during a news conference in July, and said, "I just wish her well," as he reported. Now, this is probably not a wise way to put it, but what he actually meant, I think it's quite clear, is he hopes that she doesn't just suddenly die, just doesn't get bumped off, like Epstein did. He's making it clear that, yes, there was something suspicious about that, and he hopes that she stays alive, though not necessarily well. As I say, it probably wasn't a good way to word it. I hope that she stays alive might have been a fine way of doing it, because fucking everyone realizes what went on there, all across political aisle.
The whole Epstein didn't kill himself thing. If you think about it, that actually has two connotations. There's the he was murdered, and there's also the meaning of he's not dead. It was all a ruse. Personally, I'm beginning to believe the second one.
I leave the possibility open that he's not dead. I don't know.
Nice contribution, Nakavine.
Yep. Thank you, Nakavine. Nakavine says, it was like, 1 second. Nakavine says, shekels to celebrate my attendance while not at work for the first time in 4 question marks. Having finally had the time to ponder the truly relevant politics, I think the TVUP will have my vote, he says. Something cabal prevails. Thank you, Nakavine.
The TVUP appreciates your vote.
The TVUP hasn't won a single vote yet today, but it's had a good showing in both of them. The multiplier, I remind you all, is now up at ×3. It would not cost a whole lot to become the stream boss, but if 10 minutes passes without anything, then Nakavine is somewhat secure at 18 quid there. Actually, that's not 18 divided by 3. No, that I think that's correct. It's close anyway, because it will round it up to the nearest pound value. That's why it's showing 7 there. You actually can become stream boss for giving a little less than it says there as required, but that's the lowest integer amount that you can send that's required. Sorry, go ahead, Ginge.
I was just going to say what you just said there. By the way, the whole situation regarding these political parties, the idea behind the given party is vote for said party in order to make your stream be what that party represents. Do I have that understanding correct?
The parties are formations around voting for a particular thing. And the formation of parties supposedly helps in making sure that there are votes for that thing. The parties might incur responsibilities upon its members to vote for things and check the votes afterwards, removing members that don't, for example.
Okay, I'll have to put some thought into that then.
Vil says I can give BTC. I don't have anything set up for that yet. But if it's convenient for you, you can give crypto, or a kind of crypto, through Odyssey. They have LBC, and that should show up in the sidebar too, though it won't currently affect the stream boss. Yes, Bright's asking Nakavine if that counts as your super vote, because contributions through the tipping system do allow you to, as the Democrats have super delegates, to have super votes, which increases the votes for the thing that you're supporting for all votes until that thing wins. Contributing 20, I think from the status I said, would be 4 votes. So I'll just assume it. The TVUP is assumed to have 4 more votes for either Tomboys or VTubers, or both, until they win a vote.
Wait, you're saying this in the presence of Ginger, that's known to drop massive amounts of money.
Yes.
At a drop of a hat.
I'm terrified of him paying me.
You're gonna play Deep Rock Galactic within a month.
Well, we'll see. If you
Uzulu
vote for,
is at least 6 months away from me giving him another amount of money.
If Deep Rock Galactic wins, or if Ginger's party wins the vote, just so you know, I won't be playing it on stream today. I had to buy it and install it before doing it on stream. But if people really want me to, I can get it for next time.
So you actually own it now?
No, I don't own it. Not in a super available position to be buying games these days. I already bought Stellaris, which is very cheap when I bought it, but still, I have a new game. I should actually play that, but I haven't got around to it yet.
Okay.
So next thing. Not next thing, but next paragraph. Previous disclosures of portions of Epstein's flight log have shown world leaders, billionaires, and celebrities among the many passengers who have flown on Epstein's private jets. There isn't much to this story, is there? But decades before he became president, Trump flew 4 times in 1983. The new log releases evidence apparently, in Maxwell's case, stretches back earlier than previous releases. Decades before he became president, Trump flew 4 times in 1983, once in 1994, and once in 1995, in addition to a flight in 1997 that had been documented in portions of the flight previously released. So it's probably the same thing then. If the pattern was 6 times in a year, the year after Epstein was revealed to be a pedo, which I think is 2003, that would be fucking suspicious. However, if he's just, I would guess that this is the same thing as 97. He's just borrowed his private jet a bunch of times throughout the past. That's probably what it was. Now, it may not be. I will, in fact, make the assumption that Bill Clinton flew it for a different reason because of other things that we know about him. We know we have no information to indicate that Trump might have been part of this, and indications to the opposite, in fact. But I'm not saying it can't be true. I'm remaining open to both ideas. It just seems much more likely that Trump's reasons were not for pedophilic reasons, and Bill's were.
Oh no. Kittler took over.
Kittler says, "We doing news and Wes ain't here, lol." That's true, but he doesn't always have to be. He's part of the EEP. I wonder, do we take that as a super vote for the EEP? The problem with the EEP and the EPL is that they are parties formed around an idea which has nothing to do with stream content.
Speaking of, I've come up with an idea for my party name. Ginger's Gaming Cabal Conglomeration. It's all about getting a whole bunch of people together and playing games together on stream.
Ginger, were you there when we played the snowball game?
I was, but I didn't get to take part. But
I would be very happy to do more things like that.
And yes, Petrico, it will be the GGCC.
I think we will gradually build up, and this is maybe something that your party could support, or maybe do. We can gradually build up a list of good, quick to open and get into, so HTML5 ideally, games, multiplayer, that we can play together, with the snowball fight game being the first on that list.
Maybe.
That'd be pretty good.
Another good option, by the way, would be party-style games, such as, have you heard of Tabletop Simulator?
Yes, but I don't own it.
Well, it's a cheap one, and if I'm sure a lot of people would be willing to play it if we could have entire cabals populations worth of sessions of Cards Against Humanity, for example. I'm sure that would be a whole lot of good fun.
You don't need Tabletop Simulator to play the games that it lets you play. But there are more games it lets you play than you can play otherwise. But there are online games for Cards Against Humanity. Secret Hitler's another good one that is just online. Other stuff like that. So yeah, definitely. What you should do now, Ginger, now that you decided to form the party, 2 things you should do. 1, post in Streamocracy. Just post the acronym for the party for now. You can edit the message later. The Streamocracy channel is the permanent record. And I recommend that you put it in there.
Right.
Second thing that you should do is figure out what the icon is for your cause, so the emoji that you're going to use for voting. Because there's already a game controller, but that implies just gaming, which sometimes I just go through a bunch of indie games. What you seem to be after is like multiplayer games among Cabal together. So you might want to come up with a different icon for that. And then make sure it's clear.
And this is something that would be posted as a reaction.
Yes.
Okay,
any emoji will do. You could even, I mean, your monitor, I think that means that you could add your own emoji. And if you can't, then ask a moderator to add it for you. I'm sure we could make that work.
Right.
I'll
have to look into it, but I'm tempted to lean towards something Deep Rock related, because it's a good game, that Deep Rock. It's some good fun.
Yes, I know you like it.
Drilling on the mind.
It's a shame about the low player count. Please continue. Don't let me interrupt any further.
Alrighty then. So, this is something that apparently one of the US news services did. Maybe you guys recognize from the aesthetic. President Biden's America. Inflation rate up by 4.2%. National debt up to $28.2 trillion. April unemployment rate up to 6.1%. April border encounters up to 178,622. Increasing gas prices up to 62.7%. As you can see, everything's going up. Green triangle good. Things are going well.
Post the I did that emoji.
Yeah. So they actually did this.
Gallon in gas.
Unless this is photoshopped, which it doesn't look like, a news corporation actually presented things that are bad if they go up with a green triangle. Green clearly implying it's good. It should be red upward pointing triangles, if anything. Now, maybe those in the know, those in stocks, for example, would recognize a green triangle not as good, but simply as positive, moving away from zero, and recognize that there is a big distinction between something that is good, useful, and something that is green. Maybe that's the case, and maybe in lots of other disciplines that's true, and of course that should be, that's a more reasonable assumption, or a more high quality assumption. But for general purpose, no, green is good. That's how everyone generally understands it. Unless you're in a specialized field, green is good, or you're a statistician or something else that requires proper analysis. Green is good. If you're presenting a news show about political issues and you're showing a bunch of numbers, then no, green means good rather than just up. Theo says that's Fox. Then it's just a stupid decision. Frankly, Fox seem like they are either controlled opposition or just really stupid. Those should have been red. Now, either way, my criticism works. It's just it would work a bit differently. It would imply malice if it was a left-wing outlet, but if it's Fox, it's just stupidity. I'm sure that we will see this from the left as well at some point. Green up arrows, that makes it look good, lol. And the 4chan area assuming it's not Fox, which is it Fox? Can someone else corroborate? Theo saying it is.
It looks like the 4chaners from Netherlands or the flag that is Belgium. One of those countries.
Yeah, but the news outlet itself. And then a German says good riddance about the US. Well, I don't think the German would be very happy with what's left. So no, not good riddance. Let's try to keep the Republic going a bit longer, shall we? Next thing.
Also about the prior news article, within that paragraph, well, yeah, the prior one, it mentioned after all that, oh yeah, these are all overland flights. So all these flights still have nothing to do with the visits to Epstein's Island.
Okay, that makes sense. I wonder, were there any paedophilic services provided on that flight that were not directly related to the island? Did they have children on the planes?
From what I remember of Joe Neerman's coverage of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, the only people that were on stand as witnesses did not report to any such conduct, or at least did not report to their memory of any such conduct.
Fair enough. If that's the case, then it would certainly seem to exonerate Trump in that regard. I mean, what we have is that 997 example we already knew about, was where he borrowed the jet because his was broken or something. The other examples seem to fit a similar profile, or at least we shouldn't assume they don't. So at the moment, we can assume the same thing we assumed before, just that he did it more often. But not, like, regularly, just occasionally throughout the years. Anyway, onto this thing. So here's a gender politics story. This user on, I think that's Twitter, says, the dating pool for young women is literally 1, porn addicts, 2, sensitive guys you have to perform constant emotional labor for, 3, narcissistic, if not sociopathic, gym bros, 4, emotionally distant manipulators, 5, performative woke men who still treat women like shit. Then a 4chan user says, right, so porn addicts is guys that post on 4chan, sensitive guys you have to perform emotional labor for is guys that post on Reddit, narcissistic, if not sociopathic, gym bros is guys that post on Instagram, emotionally distant manipulators are guys that post on LinkedIn, and performative woke men who still treat women like shit, like guys that post on Twitter. Puzzle solved. I guess Hannah here is just having trouble with the fact that she's not finding any small, tight-knit communities of based chads who post wherever they can. No commentary? I mean, maybe picky. Is this your experience?
No. Woman needs to lower her standards, or at least be realistic instead of delusional.
Fair enough. Vil says she needs to look for Gen Xers. Vil, do you happen to be a Gen Xer by any chance? I wonder if there may be a connection there. Cutting Fox says, I see Hannah is literally complaining about the feminization of men. Yes, you certainly could make that case. What were you saying there, Vod?
Oh, yes. Besides women typically being prissy, high-standard people, this leaves unsaid people that post on Discord, everyone there being gay.
Most Discord's gay. Yeah. I mean, Discord hates us, so I don't think we're a very good fit for the platform. But we're using it because it's useful. Airman says they could, as in the pedophile rings performing on the flights, but Trump was flying with family, including his wife, during those flights, while the ones where it did happen generally were solo. I don't know, hey, where you have the information from, Airman, but if what you've said there is true, then yeah, that's even more exoneration for Trump. Next thing. This is a good one. For next year, I suppose. Merry Christmas, guy responds with, I'm Jewish. Happy Holocaust. Cha-cha real smooth. What do you think, Chat? Should that be the new Happy Holidays? If they give any sort of negative preference towards you saying Merry Christmas, just say, oh, okay then, Happy Holocaust.
Oh no, that's terrible.
I think it's quite funny.
That's very dank.
Yeah, well, yes, those things aren't mutually exclusive, of course.
Indeed.
I've finished creating the meme logo for my party. Yeah, I've put it into Streamocracy, but I've also put it into live chat.
It's a pretty circumlocutory name.
Sorry, what?
It's a pretty circumlocutory name. Now,
That's
circumlocutory is a great word because it's circumlocutory is a great word because it's actually autological, meaning that it describes itself. Circumlocutory just means wordy. So when calling something circumlocutory, you're in fact doing the thing that you're accusing it of. So I did it for the Kex mostly. But yes, it's a mouthful, that name. It's a long ass name.
Also, the tagline for it is homosexual.
A little bit.
I don't to be able to change my server nickname.
You should be able to.
Just wanted to put. Yeah.
That's a client-side thing. I'm not imposing any restrictions on it.
Okay. Maybe I need to change it somewhere else.
If you right-click on yourself.
Edit server profile.
Yeah, they've changed it. Yeah.
How annoying.
Yeah. They've changed it because they've added the feature that you can also change your profile picture per server, but only if you pay them. Zane, if someone posts two memes in the same message, it posts the meme, the first meme, then the second meme, then the first meme's info, then the second meme's info, which is totally disjointed. It should be meme 1, info 1, meme 2, info 2.
How many memes can it post at once? Someone test that.
I configured it so that it would only post 3 at once and it would ignore duplicates. I wonder if Zane has coded it as well. Let's find out. Oh, he may have limited it to 2 actually, unless one of those was just missing.
Zane game mod skirt. Yep.
Yeah, it looks like it's limited to.
Fair enough. Try doing duplicates, see if it cancels them out. Nope! Fish got posted twice? Alright. It will only post 2. That, to Zane's credit, is the case, but it will post duplicates in the same message. Oh, Zane.
I approve the repeated posting of equals doggo.
Why is equals doggo not my doggo?
Because equals doggo is my doggo.
Yes, I've noticed that. That's not an answer. That's simply a response at the very least, I suppose.
Uh-oh,
Well,
doggo fight.
mine got there first.
Yeah,
What is
but
that doggo anyway?
mine
Border
was
collie?
popular in the community first.
Besides, equals boomer is yours. And that's
Is it?
a direct naming of your, I think it is.
Well, someone to chat with
If
check.
it isn't,
No, it is not.
no, apparently it isn't. And that is vastly disappointing. Invader's the one who put, Invader, change that immediately.
Do you all appreciate
another
as well
reason to
how
bully Invader.
do you all appreciate as well how Invader has managed to put 2 spaces between the first word and his name and the second? Probably didn't even mean to. Yeah, everyone ping Invader, tell him that he's gay and he needs to change it. Don't tell him what he needs to change, just tell him he needs to change it.
Hang on, I'm going to be a woman. Give me a minute.
Uh-oh, woman alert. Next meme, or next story, I guess.
There we go.
A lot of these are both. This should have been in the memes category, but I'll read it now anyway. So this is from the subreddit The Right Can't Meme, which is a subreddit filled with nothing but, shall I just put it simply, cope, where they post right-wing memes that they don't like, mostly because they don't agree with them, not because the meme itself is bad, but because they don't agree with them, and say, there, see, the right can't meme either. Whereas the problem with the left is not only are their memes disagreeable, but they're also very badly made. So that's why the left can't meme. Them saying the right can't meme is some of the strongest cope I've ever witnessed. But here is an example. Drop the weapon, say the gender police pronoun unit, with the guy holding middle school biology. We've got
also
Invader's
the-
attention.
Also, the very fact that the opposition to biology is based upon the strong belief in the soft science of John Money's psychology.
Yes. Chat, you've done the correct thing by reacting with 9 gay emojis to everything Invader says. Now, okay, now that we've
I
got
like
him here
round
for the
numbers.
problem of him having the boomer meme wrong, ping him and tell him that he's got too many spaces in his name. Not the problem at all, but make it seem like that's what it was.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's listening.
Hello, Invader. You are fag. Is he listening? Let's see. Is he in the list?
Oh, actually, I don't think he is.
All right. I
Excellent.
tell you what. I tell you who
Like
is listening though. Ping me if you want to come on. Person that just showed up. I think you know who you are because I just asked you to join. Ping me when you're ready, and we'll test out your new equipment. I shall let chat speculate as to what the equipment is.
Was Dai coming on to review Bad Dragons already?
You may choose to speculate that.
There we go. I've told him to remove the superfluous space. Hopefully that's vague enough that he still won't know what's
Yeah.
wrong.
No, that is the correct approach. I was going to say you should all post like one of the words from a sentence that would inform him of what the problem is. Just one of the words from that sentence, and then let him piece them together.
So everybody just ping him with the words remove space the or superfluous.
Yes. Speaking of superfluous space that should be removed immediately, hello, Dai.
Wow.
Ah, hello, Dai.
Dai, it's almost like you're talking through something other than a tin can with a really long string.
Yes, indeed. I don't know how well it sounds. I'm still fidgeting with the settings on this thing.
So,
But
Dai, why don't you introduce us to what you have what you've just got, and if you want, you could post the image that had a censor, a doggo face added in the middle to show people what it is.
You saw that, yeah.
I did
Oh,
see that, yeah.
It's so good. It's so good.
If Dai's okay with it, someone should post that if they have it. Dai, why don't you tell us,
I'm not posting
trying
it,
as
but
hard as you
someone's
can,
gonna.
not to use the mic because, well, let me tell you, some work is needed.
Is it bad?
What's happening is it's
You are-
really tinny and it's peaking.
You're
Oh.
also very quiet.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that, like, that I'm quiet, but when I test it, I sound really loud on my end.
That's what you need to do is you need to get a dB reading, not just some bullshit meter that has no metrics on it.
Hmm.
I will
Okay.
tell you how loud you're actually coming through. 1 second. Oh God, that's going to take. Okay,
But
there
does
we
it
go.
at least does it at least sound better than what I was using?
Sharper, yes, but it's not
Yes.
only is it peaking, but the sound quality is different. There's very little bass. So, Dai, what you've got is you're broadcasting it between minus 30 dB and minus 18 dB, roughly. You should be between about minus 10 and minus 5. So yours is currently too
Does
quiet,
this sound any
but
better?
it's also peaking, which
Yeah,
means that
does this sound any
somewhere,
better?
1 second, somewhere it's turned up too high and somewhere it's turned up too low. It's turned up too high somewhere that's being blocked off and cut, and then it's turned up too low somewhere that's actually sending the audio.
Oh, okay. Like I said, we're gonna need your help fixing
Mhm.
this because I'm useless.
Well, I've offered to set up both you and Trig with a more advanced audio setup than Voicemeeter. Because Voicemeeter is really just like, I can just tell you what the program is and you can go off and give it a try. But if you want something that takes a bit of knowledge to get going, then I am willing to help you set up the SAR Reaper solution.
Okay.
I can help you get something set up that will fix the immediate issues if you like that.
Yeah, no, because what I was using before was through the voice meter, and this is
Yeah.
just the normal mic on its own.
Yeah. It's definitely
Is this any
sharper.
better?
It's crisper.
Okay.
We'll know if it's better when you laugh, because when you laugh, it's peaking. I think it's actually popping more so than peaking. It's the physical movement of the air coming out of your mouth is moving the mic around rather than the actual sound is moving the mic around. That's essentially what popping is.
Okay. I'm sure we'll figure this out, Chad. If I sound cancerous, I apologize.
You'll be sounding a lot better because of my filters.
Okay, good.
So your level will at least be corrected. The other guests, however, won't be able to hear you for shit. But at least the audience will.
I am able to
I don't
turn
hear you
myself
popping
up
on my
if
end,
it's
but
very loud. If it's very low.
No, Verdant, she's only popping when she's laughing. That's what I noticed. She's not popping with her
oh,
actual
well, I'm
P's.
laughing.
Chat is recommending that you do a coom noise to test it, Di.
Get fucked. Fuck off.
So,
That is
Di,
a good point. There does need to be an updated version of the Daikum.
No, there doesn't need to be.
I think if we tweak your mic a bit, Di, it will sound okay. I can hear that there is bass there. It's just, it may be that it's too quiet currently.
Yeah, I also don't know, like, if the voice meter set. I'll move it around. Does it sound any better?
No, no, it does not.
Oh,
Wow, you sound
no.
panorama.
The voice meter thing
Okay.
tends to add echo. So
Okay.
don't let it do that. It will sound
Remove
worse.
echo.
What about over here? Any better?
No, that sounds too
No.
high. What you want is to put it, as I recall, don't put it below the center vertical line. Put it somewhere over on the left. So
Yeah,
it gives you more
I
bass.
have it on the bottom left right now.
That sounds fine. I may be remembering wrong about the which line creates echo.
Yeah, the echo line is the up down one.
Okay. So yeah,
I'm sure
okay.
We'll figure it out.
Bottom left is probably fine. I mean, Verdon, would you agree that Di is bottom left?
Yeah, you do typically.
Wow.
Do you know what that
How
means,
rude
Di?
of you. Bottom left in the political spectrum, I assume.
No.
No.
Different spectrum.
A different compass, but not too far off.
It sounds like 8-Bit Picky knows it. Well, let's continue then. Di, we are currently on news despite the meme on the screen. This is the segment that's been voted for. And actually, since we have two people here that are European/British, I think, go on to some European stories now. And we'll get back to the US stories because there's lots of US stories here. So this is one that I think we can all get behind. Poland slams gates to Europe shut. 115-mile-long border wall to be installed at speed. I am struggling to contain my issuances of based. What do you guys reckon? Just from the title.
Man. Poland coming in clutch, man. What can you say?
You are really quiet, but die.
I can turn it
Poland
up.
slams gates to Europe shut. 115-mile-long
Is this better?
border wall to be installed. That's much better.
Okay. There you go.
Did you find the levels tab?
No, I turned it up all the way on Discord.
It is still peaking.
Well, in either case, that does help.
It is.
Okay.
It is a bit better. Yeah. The thing is, my filters will raise your voice, but it will just raise it can't discriminate between different voices. So it'll just raise the comms input up to a certain level, which means that if you're talking on your own, you'll be the same level as everyone else would be if they are talking on their own. But everyone else will be massively able to interrupt you because whenever they start talking, it'll lower your voice down because their voice is so much louder. So having a lower level voice means that, yeah, you will still be audible when you're talking, but it's much easier for people to interrupt you.
Okay. Which I'm sure you want, though. 'Cause
Anyway,
I
shut up,
talk too
Di.
much.
No, okay. Now, Di, the way you've got it configured now, the audio quality is much better. I can hear that there's clearly bass in there, but there is still peaking. So we need to figure that out.
Okay. Do you want me to go back to my laptop mic for the
No.
time being?
No, this
Okay.
one's better,
Absolutely
definitely. It's
not.
just that the peaking in this is definitely present. What you
Okay.
want to do ultimately, Di, is you want to find the volume knob that's turned up too high.
Okay, there's so much places to look. All right.
I know.
Either
I
that or a problem that I've apparently had is that you have a volume slider turned down on the system side. Like somewhere in the system, they'll have like 3 different
Well, that's-
volume sliders just for your mic.
Yeah. What
and
you
one
want
of
to
them
do
will be turned way
generally
down.
is all the digital volume sliders, like the one in Windows, the one in Discord, you want to keep them at level, their exact default level. So 100% in Windows and on Discord for the input, it's just in the middle. They should always be still at their default level. And then you should just change the only analog one that you've got. And you can also choose to apply one set of digital ones for fine-tuned control. The analog controller that you have, which is probably a slider on your mic or something else, maybe some driver software or something, you should have that at the level where you can talk the loudest you're likely to talk, and it doesn't quite reach 0 dB. It goes to like -2 dB or something. That is
You
the
know
way
what?
to avoid peaking.
I'll send you a screenshot of everything, and you tell me what I need to fix. So you,
All
you
right.
continue with the show.
Live tech repairs. Live tech support. Yes, go ahead, Di. I'll give you some
Yeah, you can
advice.
continue the show. Just give me a sec, because I have to open. So,
I've got permission to continue the show. That's fantastic. Poland has announced it will build a 115-mile-long wall along the border of Belarus, effectively slamming the doors of Europe shut to illegal migrants seeking to find a way onto the continent. That is a bit different than what I initially read from the title. I thought it was slamming the shuts against Europe, but no, I think what it's doing is it's slamming its own gates shut against migrants from the east. In so doing, slamming shut a large portion of the gates of the entirety of Europe. But I'm sure that there are other ways for them to get across. The Mediterranean,
I'm
for
pretty
example.
sure. Yeah, it's Mediterranean.
But still, they're closing the border to Belarus, which might be based. We'll have a look. Taking to Twitter to confirm the news, the Polish Ministry of the Interior, which is a weird policy, announced the news. It said the construction of the barrier will be carried out over a section of 186 kilometers and will be divided into 4 sections. This is to shorten the construction time as much as possible and carry out construction works in parallel. The news was delivered by the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Brigadier Violeta Gorczkowska. How'd I do, Polish people in chat? That is the entire story. There is a video here, but I think it's just a bunch of migrants detained at the border. Looks like the doggo is coming over here. I will turn off the doggo cam for now then.
Are you going to give Boomer a treat?
Maybe. Maybe if chat requests it well enough. what I can also do is I can take a minute to stand up and go and move the portable camera I've got because it's broadcasting via Wi-Fi. Wherever he chooses to lie, if I just get up and take a minute, I can point the camera at him again.
Or does
So-
Boomer need to go out for bathroom?
No, that's generally sorted before the show. Next thing.
What was the rate for Boomer treats? £5?
I think it used to be, yeah. I don't have any in my hand, but I can grab some. Right.
Well, you heard
Uh,
the wizards, folks. £5 for Boomer.
Can I request at least one treat from the £300 donation I gave you a month ago?
Sure. He'll get a treat for being good during the stream anyway, which he is being.
Well, he's a good boy then.
Yeah.
Give him
He
a hug
usually
from
is during
all-
the
from
streams.
all of us.
He understands that during the streams it's a time where he does just have to be quiet, but he's perfectly annoying aside from the streams and sometimes a little bit during. Anyway, next thing. Tories in open civil war as Boris urged to abandon key policy pledge immediately. A Conservative Party civil war is at risk of exploding after one of its own leading MPs called on Boris Johnson and his government to reverse its net zero policies, one of the Prime Minister's key policy pledges. Let's have a look at this video, if it will play. It won't play. Fantastic. Let's skip it then. In October, the Tory government revealed wide-ranging plans to reduce emissions significantly by 2035 and take the country towards being a zero-carbon economy by 2050. This would be helped through the production of more electric cars, planting trees, and a gradual shift away from gas-powered central heating. But Mr. Johnson immediately came under huge pressure from his own MPs who raised serious doubts over the economic arguments in favour of what they consider to be an over-reliance on renewable energy sources. I feel like even the Express isn't presenting that very charitably. There are a lot of issues involved in making such a massive shift to relatively young technologies, and the pull towards it is largely propagandistic. It's largely, not entirely, but it's largely inflated to seem more morally righteous to do renewables than it actually is in practice. Petrol is just too efficient for us to be totally ready to just go ahead with it.
Also, not that I would call journalists lying scum on that should be removed from the face of the earth, but was well. Thank you, Di, for catching that humor. But was that really the key policy of Boris Johnson's prime minister career?
I don't even remember him making that claim. But then again, almost all of them do make a claim like that.
So at best, this is journalists overplaying that this is a key thing
Maybe.
that he has to betray the entire party and voter base for to get
Maybe
clicks.
so. Yeah. Several others were worried about the rising cost to UK households, particularly those on lower incomes, and how this might impact their chances in any upcoming elections. Last weekend, I guess they're meaning the party. Last weekend, it was reported up to 20 Conservative MPs, which isn't a whole lot of their whole party, but it would be a significant amount to lose. Though his margin is like 80, isn't it? So it would take a lot more than this, but that number may rise if enough people agree with them. Last weekend, it was reported that up to 20 Conservative MPs, including former Work and Pension Secretary Esther McVey and senior MPs Robert Halfon and Steve Baker, called on Mr. Johnson to tackle the cost of living. 5 ex-ministers were among those who wrote on the Sunday Telegraph arguing a cut in environmental levies and the removal of energy taxes. This comes following a huge increase in wholesale gas prices towards the end of 2021, with experts warning above-average bills could surge up to £2,000 this year. This may indeed be a situation where the free market would do a better job than the government trying to get its dirty hands in. But I'm afraid I don't know a whole lot about the issue myself, so I'm going to have to hold a lot of specific commentary, but maybe one of you guys knows more.
By the way, it is worth pointing out for the Americans in the room that gas prices here are in reference to natural gas, methane, not the stuff that you'd put in your car.
Yes. Understood, but still, it's a morality tax and should always be frowned upon for that.
I agree, but still.
Now, in an address to the Bow Group think tank, senior Bow Group patron and Tory MP for Wokingham, Sir John Redwood, said the government should not demolish any power stations as long as issues over security of supply remain. That's a good point. France has already threatened to cut off a large part of our supply, and a lot of our electricity comes from them. It would be a very bad idea to go fucking around with this now. If anything, we should be trying to supercharge the efficiency of our energy production right now, rather than risking any sort of massive changes in the way that we supply energy or the way we use it, which won't actually change the fact that we still need that energy, but it will make us less able to use efficient methods overall. So yeah, I think I probably would have to agree with these MPs at the moment on that basis, with the threats from France. Or I don't suspect France will actually carry through the threats, but it's possible.
Yeah, like, haven't the Conservative government basically pledged towards increasing Britain's nuclear potential?
I don't remember them saying that specifically, but I would hope that they did. Theo says the EU is trying to categorize nuclear and gas as green. We saw the story earlier about them categorizing nuclear as green. One of the comments was really retarded about it as well, but we corrected it. I didn't hear about them trying to classify gas as green, though. That is the kind of thing that they would do if they were trying to get cozy with Russia, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But nuclear definitely is green.
Yes.
If not from an environmental standpoint, at the very least it's green in The Simpsons.
Yes. But yeah, one of the comments earlier was that we read on Twitter was the nuclear waste is so dangerous and toxic. The response is not only are there now ways to turn that into a fuel, but burying it is actually a very effective way of getting rid of it.
Another interesting thing about fossil fuels versus nuclear, by the way, is that due to the presence of various radioactive isotopes within fossil fuels, various forms of hydrogen and carbon, so on and so forth, there are actually more nuclear active isotopes that are put out into the environment by the fossil fuel industry than there are by the nuclear industry when looked in the grand scheme of things.
Nice.
Obviously, they've had a head start with, the Industrial Revolution and such, but still, that is a little spoken about fact that a lot of people never seem to have stick in their memory for very long.
It's a good point.
Well, it's also due to the fact that nuclear has just highly televised as being unsafe, unclean, and all this.
Yeah.
Complete nonsense. Whereas solar is the cleanest thing around. The fucking panels appear magically and with zero waste.
And no maintenance either.
Yeah, no maintenance at all. No water needed to blow the sand off of the panels at all.
So I did the thing you said to do, Ginger.
Yeah.
Does it sound any better?
Oh, right.
Much better.
Okay.
We'll know better when you make a louder noise. Like Coombe, for example.
Got it. Mm.
So it looks like you are using some sort of software that comes with your headset. That's where I would guess that you need to attenuate the mic volume. It looks like you may have done that. So whenever you're ready, or whenever it's natural, you can go ahead and make a loud noise. I think, like, laughing out your nose was what caused it noticeably before.
Is that any better?
I'm glad we have that recorded. It actually doesn't seem to be peaking as much now, yeah.
Yeah, because what I realized was the levels in the properties, for some reason that was just turned off automatically.
Yeah, when you go onto your recording devices, right click it, bring up properties, and then go to levels. I told Di to go through that and edit the levels that way, and it seems to have done the trick. That's usually where I find most mic problems located.
Yeah,
that's one of the things. No, that's one of the things. The level there should just be at its default, which is 100. That's one of those things that I was saying earlier should just be at 100. Same with Discord. However,
I should turn that up to 100 then.
The custom mic software that you've got there, that looks like it's the closest thing to the metal, the closest thing to the headset itself. So I would turn that down, use that to attenuate the levels coming in, and then turn everything else up to 100.
Okay, what do I put down? Which
one? We sort it after the show. Currently, it sounds okay. We'll leave it like
if
this
it
for now.
sounds fine, we'll leave it for now. Okay. Sorry about this, guys.
Good. There's. I think it makes for a nice change that Uzulu is solving somebody else's tech problems rather than his own.
Indeed.
Instead of his own, yeah.
Indeed. Apologies in advance for any background noise. Doggo is bored and he's playing with some cardboard in the same room, so I'll probably have to kick him out in a minute.
still can't
what are you,
believe-
good boy?
Such a good doggo. He's such a cutie.
Yeah. You can
But
do
I
no
still
wrong.
can't believe they got me the Razer Kitty headset. Like, I can't believe. You should have seen my reaction.
Who got it for you?
Die. Do
Just-
I have your permission to share the image from Drig's server?
As long as it's the one with the censored face and Di is okay with it.
Don't. Obviously, it would be the one with the censored face, preferably the one with the censored squished face.
So when you say kitty headset, does this mean they're like cat ears in the
Yes.
headset itself?
Di is now an
Okay,
ego.
so this is it was Spyro, Trig, and everyone put together forget me for Christmas and my birthday, and he made sure to pick out a headset where you could not remove the ears. They're just always there.
Fantastic.
Yeah, die.
They are structurally
This is-
essential
this is
to the
the one.
functioning of
Post
the
it.
headset.
This is the one I want to share. It's too good.
Fine.
Yes.
Yeah, they made me open
Yeah,
my present
yeah,
on stream.
That's what I was thinking of right there.
It's so good.
Wow, they light
yeah.
up.
Yeah, no, they do. They fucking do.
Yes. And they even change color too.
Yeah, they
What,
do.
what
yeah.
color have you got them set to right now, Di?
Right now they're circling through. They're yellow at the moment.
Ah,
You can set it up as well for like if you're in game and you're dying, they can turn red and stuff like that. You guys are
Oh
the worst.
no.
I was not involved in the conspiracy to purchase these for Di's. For Di, sorry, but had I been involved, then we still would have purchased these for Di.
I'm
Naturally.
same.
Yeah, I opened it on stream for them. And when as soon as I saw it, I was like, no fucking way. I hate it too because they're good quality. So like, they're better than my other headset, and they'll know if I'm not using it just by the sound quality of the mic now. So it's just.
Didn't you say you were going to get your own stand mic and you were going
I
to
was.
get a good one?
Yeah. I
And
was.
have they tricked you out of doing that with the sunk cost of, well, we got you a better mic, why do you need a good one?
It's literally going to be that though. Like if I get a proper mic, they'll be like, "Huh, what's wrong with the headset mic, huh?"
Right.
So Di, now
So-
because of the headset, you're going to become a streamer, right?
Oh god. Oh gosh.
Yes, this is part of the process of Di becoming a VTuber.
No, indeed, yes.
So
But at least it's good quality.
it's not bad.
By the way,
I've heard
I
much
have
worse.
a recommendation for a particular hex code for you to use as the input for the color of the LEDs.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'm concerned.
It's FF00FF, isn't it?
I was going to be the pink.
No,
but,
don't be ridiculous.
He's going to
It's,
go with
No,
the
there's another one. that's,
42069 one.
Yes.
There it is.
Where is it? Where'd you post it?
It's I posted it into live chat. I'll just DM it to you.
Of course, Di,
Okay.
the only correct option is FF0060.
Yes, you're pink. I know.
She knows. Good.
How would I know? I've known you for years, and that's every server you go into, you post that code for the color.
That's true.
Also, another good hex code would be this one here. Yeah, 7800FF, which is just a generally nice bluish purple, I find.
Ooh.
What
In
the-
Bright's
particular favorite
asking-
colour of mine.
Bright's asking if chat can buy me those headphones. If you can figure out how to get them to me, then I shall receive them, but I shan't use them.
I'm sure I can convince someone here to give me a to give me your address for the purposes of giving you gifts.
I don't believe Dai knows my address. In fact, I don't think anyone in Cabal does.
I know the general
Yeah?
area.
You do? Because I
That's
think you're the
about
only one currently in Cabal who's met Boomer.
I am. Boomer was really cute. I remember that
So you're
time
saying
as well. He
Ginger
ran
can't-
by the cop and went straight to me. Like didn't even look at him. It was great.
So you're saying that Ginger can't bribe Trig with the promises of drilling him all night?
Ew.
No.
In case you're wondering, Dai, that is a reference, not just random homoeroticism from
Oh, okay.
Verdant.
I was-
Although
I was
the
concerned.
reason for him saying it probably is homoeroticism.
Christ.
For context, I recommend that you look in the chat just below Steam chat called Streamocracy.
Streamocracy.
Dai already knows about the content voting system. Have you joined a
Ah.
party yet, Dai?
No, I have not yet. Nobody's like recruited me, so No
Well,
one's
it's because you have a natural spot in the TVP.
No one sold me
You
a
could
pitch
always,
yet,
you could always join mine, which is the GGCC, standing for Ginger's Gaming Cabal Conglomeration. So you just, I just want to play games on stream, preferably with many people.
I mean, so far that's you're the only one that's offered, so I guess I'll.
Guy, you have a natural
Winning by default
space
is
in the
winning.
TVP.
They're
I'll
slacking
be
on the
back in just a
recruitment.
minute.
They're slacking on the recruitment, man.
Dai, do you see a new feature of my stream in the top right?
Oh my God, Boomer. He's so cute. He's so cute. I love dogs. I love all animals. They're the best. They're the best thing.
Dags.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get one dog off the screen and back to stories. We'll continue with European stories, but there aren't as many European stories. Interesting. I'll have a look at that later. So Boris launches scathing attack on Remainer double standards. PM erupts in VAT Brexit rant. There is yet more pointless nonsense dividing the politicians of this nation. Let's have a look. Boris Johnson erupted it at Remain voters, who he accused of double standards for blaming Brexit for energy price rises. That probably isn't the reason, and them blaming it probably is, exactly as he says, ridiculous. Responding to a question from the Sun's political editor Harry Cole at a press conference on Tuesday, who pushed Mr. Johnson on claims that Brexit would mean Britain could scrap VAT on energy prices, Mr. Johnson said it was paradoxical that such a move could ever be achieved if Britain remained in the European Union. Despite his comments, he did not offer to scrap the unpopular tax. VAT, for those who don't know, value-added tax is, I think it's just all goods and maybe services as well, get, I think it's 20% more expensive for the consumer, which is, I guess, a similar thing to income tax. It's just a way of getting the money from the people to the government.
How would you summarize VAT in a memey way? Perhaps, I don't know. I heard you like paying money, so I put a price on your price tag.
You want to buy this?
It's
It's going to cost
should
you.
get Trig in here for that because you know how he is. With the
Yes,
taxes.
he would read about the taxes.
Mm-hmm.
So in an article Mr. Johnson
I
wrote
also
in
agree
the
with
Sun
Aaron
newspaper in
Craig.
2016, he said that if Britain left the EU, energy bills will be lower for everyone. EU rules mean we cannot take VAT off those bills and hit the least wealthy particularly hard. So I think I've commented on this before, but that Boris should not have made promises along the lines of it will be better. Energy prices will be lower. Because one, you can't guarantee that. Things might change, even if in principle it should be that way. And two, actually, I think that's probably both points. Things might change. Things might fluctuate. I guess two is it holds you to too certain a promise if it ends up this does happen. But fluctuations can affect things. I mean, France threatening to remove our energy probably hasn't helped. But that's just an example of a fluctuation that can change things. That would have a massive effect if it actually happened. And it wouldn't be our fault either. It wouldn't be the fault of Brexit. It would be the fault of fucking France if they did that. But it would be ultimately as an indirect result of Brexit, because they probably wouldn't have done it without Brexit.
But
it's
what
still
you
their
said
fault.
is true on only one dimension. So
Say again?
So he's done the atypical politician thing and said something that's true only if you look at it in a vacuum.
I guess so. I mean,
other
it's-
factors would raise that bill, but alone removing the value added tax will make those bills drop on its own.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if he's right that value-added tax couldn't be removed if we were still in the EU, but taking his word for that for now, if that's the case, then yes, in principle, leaving would allow the prices to go lower. But if the reason
Usually.
that it could go lower is that you'd have to remove the VAT, and then you have the ability to, and you don't, that does not make you look good, Boris. That makes you look pretty bad. Di, what have you done?
I just like, I think if we're going to talk about taxes, we need the angry old
But
men.
we're not really, and
Well-
it's not that interesting, and we're not going to spend too long on it. but
Oh.
But
okay.
before the apocalypse comes, let me just ask this. Has anybody ever made a genuine effort to tax the income of the government?
I mean,
I think that's kind of socialism.
Yeah, like
no.
their income comes from the form of taxing us, so tax that income. They don't pay tax on their income, do they?
True.
Well, that
They're
wouldn't
the
be
exception to the rule.
taxation. That'd be reclamation. It's your money you're taking back.
Shush. 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 If you tell them that, it won't work.
We're introducing a new tax. Everyone in the country, ugh. But don't worry, this tax is different from the others. This one taxes the government, and everyone in the country gets on board. It probably would, actually. If you even proposed that in the House of Commons, you could become very popular just by wording it that way.
Yes.
But where
They
does
implemented
the
tax tax.
Okay, but where does the tax go that you take from the government?
Now, of course, my
Well,
proposal that
who
it's
owns the
socialism
government?
is based on the idea that once it's taken from the government, it's just distributed to everyone. But I suppose if it's done at an earlier point, as in you simply pay less tax, then it's not socialism. That's just reducing taxes. That's libertarianism.
It's just much easier, isn't it, just to lower taxes as opposed to giving another tax that taxes the government.
Exactly.
But I suppose that's
That
the
and
only
the
way to get
former-
anything done because they're not going to lower taxes.
That and the former sounds like MMT, and MMT is for brainlets.
I didn't even know what it
I
was.
said it,
and
Adam.
what it
Fight
is.
me.
I don't know what it is, so I must not be a brainlet. Anyway, he went on to claim how if Britons voted to leave the EU, the UK would be able to scrap the unfair and damaging tax that is VAT on energy bills. But Mr. Cole noted, as Prime Minister, you are refusing calls to cut VAT or scrap VAT on energy bills. What has changed, or were you misleading voters? And from just what's written here, maybe there's other factors I don't know, but from just what's written here, yeah, that is a good criticism, Mr. Johnson. We have the potential to make this thing cheaper for people in a way that you already described the method for, and you have the power to change things, assumedly. Why haven't you? Mr. Johnson was adamant that not at all was he misleading those who voted for Brexit, but he went on to flip the issue on its head, saying, I think it's slightly paradoxical that this is now being campaigned for by people who actually wanted to remain in the EU. That's a good criticism against them, but it does not address the actual question. It does not save you from their good criticism against you. It's just an additional good criticism against them. But to be honest, it's not even a very good criticism against them because they are in a nation that has left. It's kind of like saying socialists shouldn't try and earn money in a capitalist system. Well, they're still living in a capitalist system, and they don't really have a choice other than that. They can either die on their principles or earn money and try to advocate for a different society. This is understandable. Quote, when it would be impossible to deliver within the EU. He also claimed the move would be a blunt instrument as it would lead to those that do not need energy bill support seeing their bill prices cut. Oh no! The horror of people who aren't struggling desperately having a bit more money to put into the economy. Oh no, the horror. As I said, like the Conservative Party are not your friends. They are just slightly pro-British neoliberals. Don't trust them. Despite this, the Prime Minister pledged that his government will continue to listen to businesses and consumers about how to cut the cost of energy. He stressed that he appreciated the difficulties that people are facing in light of soaring gas prices, but insisted that initiatives such as the warm home discount and winter fuel payments would alleviate that pressure. And maybe they will, but I always get the sense that government involving themselves in things is just a worse way of solving the problem than just letting the free market solve it on its own, most of the time, not all the time, most of the time. And that government involving themselves as a worse way to solve it, but it also benefits the government because they get more power of rule, more dominion in general, more areas that are in their magisteria. They don't solve the problem as well, but they do make people dependent on them. Which, in the UK, we have a bit of a different balance. We do more things by collective, which I think it works better here than it would in the US. I'm not sure exactly why, perhaps just because we're a more traditional island nation. Maybe more high trust, not sure. But we are entering a time where the principles that make societies high trust are being eroded hardcore across the Western world. We can't just continue to assume that we can rely on the government, even in the UK, but especially in the US.
Can't trust the government for shit, man. As always.
So, Dai, we can tell that you're using Voicemeeter because there is crackling in your voice.
Oh, do you want me to turn that off?
It would probably remove the crackling, but it might also hurt the audio quality.
So this is without it.
That's good enough.
Okay.
The Voicemeeter was not improving it sufficiently to be worth the crackling.
For using Voicemeeter, you have to beat the shit out of it for about 6 months straight, and then it'll randomly start working properly.
Okay.
As I've said,
oh, no.
I will reiterate, I only recommend Voicemeeter because it's really easy to set up. It's not very good. It's the most simple way to get an intermediate layer between your hardware and the apps that use the hardware. It's the easiest way to get it, but it's not a good one. The slightly more complicated way, using SAR and Reaper, which I'm going to help you and Trig with, it's much better in many ways, but it is more complicated, which is why I'm going to help you with it.
Saying it's a little more, but saying it's a little more complicated is kind of like saying that it's a similar level of exaggeration to saying that it's a little bit more complicated than, say, I don't know where this is going. It's an over exaggeration. Let's just put it that way.
Poor Ginger, he tried.
Reaper is more complicated than that analogy that I just failed to make.
Got there in the end. Yes, but I'm going to help them through it. Look, I helped Discordia to have this set up, and she ran that for a while. So if she can do it, you guys certainly can.
We'll see.
Bright says, record yourself helping them with it so everyone can see it. If Dai, you and Trig are up for that, then sure.
Yeah, no, I don't mind.
Cool. I probably would do a community stream to Cabal doing that. Wouldn't be part of an actual stream. I have a new setup on. No, you can still watch it. It just wouldn't be on the YouTube channel. I have a new setup for sharing now. If I do it through OBS, I've done a few things. So I now share just videos we're watching in Cabal through OBS. I don't know why I didn't think of doing this before. It's much better. It solves a few problems. It means that I can.
And before
stream.
Uzulu becomes a tech channel, bro.
I was actually thinking of doing that. I have a great name for it if I ever do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. People might be able to figure it out, actually.
I have a request for the
I can stream up frame-rated video. So if I play Lord of the Rings, I can play it at 60 FPS to you guys through OBS rather than having to play it through some janky other setup that doesn't allow me to do that. Which it's Saturday, by the way, Di. I hope you'll be here on Saturday for the Lord of the Rings marathon.
Oh gosh, that's fucking long though.
That's what she said.
All 24 hours of sitting through it.
No.
First person in chat that says extended edition ? As if that's not fucking obvious is getting banned.
What
Ginger,
were you saying, Ginger?
Yeah.
Yes, I was going to ask. A friend of mine, literally within the last few minutes. Yes, I do. Has literally in the last few minutes brought home a new dog. This dog has yet to be named. I'm going to post his picture in the live chat.
Oh no.
This is the good boy.
Nigger.
Guys, don't. God damn it! I was just about to say, don't call it nigger.
What
God damn it.
suggestions can you all come up with this? With
Where
this
did you post it?
adorable little pup?
Oh, live chat.
Look in live chat.
Oh, look at that boy. Oh, he looks so sweet.
He's only a year old.
My stream has been sabotaged by spiralites.
I like how James has the only legitimate name for it.
Child
What
Muncher
name?
Junior.
Hated name.
Niglet Muncher.
What about Tibbles?
Tiddles.
Tibbles.
That
no,
sounds like-
Tibbles.
Oh, Tibbles. Well, it sounds
Yeah.
like Tiddles, which sounds
Tibbles.
like they're taking a piss. Someone in
Okay.
YouTube chat says Grendel. Grendel's not a bad choice.
Grindelwald.
Archduke
Grindelwald.
Fuzzers from Ebb.
Well, so far there have been.
Is it a
two
boy or
names
girl?
Suggested.
is it a boy or
A
girl?
boy.
Boy.
So far there have been
okay.
two names suggested to my friend. The first is Chocky, suggested by me, short for Chocky Milk. The second one is Ziggy, as this friend's girlfriend is a fan of David Bowie and wants to name it Ziggy Starpup.
I had a friend called Ziggy for a few years who was cringe. Don't call it Ziggy.
What about Finn?
Finn? What?
Finn.
Like, are you determined
Like
to make
from
this guy a
Adventure
car
Time?
bomber?
What? It's not. Finn's a nice name for a dog.
For an Irish
Well,
dog?
are you trying to remind him of this new Star Wars trilogy that didn't happen?
Oh, Jesus.
Mm.
Di, don't tell me you're a fan of the new Star Wars trilogy.
No.
Well, I hope that you're a fan of Star Trek, because you're going to be in a Star Trek RP soon.
I can't wait for that. Honestly, it's gonna be fun.
A quick update on that, by the way, chat. On the rule set, I know I'm resolving to stop saying how close to being ready it is, because I looked at it yesterday after a discussion that I had with Wes, Verdant, and some others on the rule set. They presented a bunch of good ideas, and I implemented some of those good ideas into the rule set. But as I was going through, there were things I noticed that needed to be tidied. Not necessarily changed. There have been very few mechanical changes over the last few days, but the document structure has changed quite a lot as a result of me tidying things. There's still a bit more tidying that needs to be done. It's still very close to being done, but every time I go into it, there's a few things that need to be arranged better, explained better, small tweaks made which vastly improve it. These are the last few changes, but I will no longer make any more guarantees about when it'll be done, how much work is required. It's very, very close, but I can't guarantee that it's basically as ready.
It'll get there. It'll be there eventually, chat.
The thing is that the time that I decide not to say it's very nearly done, this might be the last time I ever need to work on it. I might launch it tomorrow, or I might launch it in a week after a bunch of important, useful stuff's been done. And I'm also open to the notion that people might suggest that it's feature creep. It's not feature creep because the changes I'm making are not adding new features. It's tweaking things to make them work better. It's the kind of thing that I would add during the course of a campaign anyway. It's just that now I'm thinking about them. And it's organizing things better, so tidying the presentation of the document. It's 55 pages. It's quite a lot of data to organize. So it's understandable that I would spend this bit of time. And it's also based on conversations I had with other people in Cabal where they presented genuinely good ideas that I have implemented as well. It's not feature creep, I don't think. If it does become feature creep, then I think I'll notice. I'm very eager to
So-
release it.
Where are you streaming this, by the way?
Lots of places. YouTube,
Okay.
Twitch, DLive, Discord, Steam.
Could you give me the link to it on
Yes.
YouTube just so I can hear myself? Because like that might help me actually
Sure.
know what it sounds
If you
like.
go to the Links channel in Discord, I think there's a link to my spare streaming channel.
Oh, is there?
there.
Okay.
Yeah, Wizardry Live.
All right. Thank you.
No
Sorry
worries.
about that.
I also DM'd it to you.
Right
Oh,
now,
thank you,
Di,
Greta.
your voice is a bit tinny. It's something that we can easily fix with the setup. But it doesn't have any of the other problems that we noticed earlier. The headset mic that you've got is likely to be tinny. Luckily, tinny is not too bad because we can just artificially increase the bass and that'll actually work fairly well.
Well, as long as it's better than what it used to be,
It's
you
definitely
know.
better, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Trig, who also uses a headset mic, and I assume he got you the headset mic because he likes them. We can also hear your mouth sounds more, so just be aware of that.
I'm trying to be so careful with it. You have no idea. Like I'm super like a bit. Whenever I'm breathing, I'm just like be quiet when you breathe, you know. But like, how do you do that?
I'll
You
get
know?
you a good noise reduction plugin, which should help.
Yeah. Because
Chat,
when
you
I was
would enjoy
playbacking,
Witnessing.
when I was listening,
Go on.
sorry, go on. No, when I was listening back to it one time, like one of the loudest sounds was the like breathing sound that I would do. So I have to be careful with that.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's all right. Actually, what
Are
you
you sure you
interrupted
don't
was
want
me
the
making a
dice
dirty
and
joke,
money to
so it's
come
probably
in?
better that you did.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'm not sorry then.
No, I didn't think you would be. All right, we
Do
may come
mouth
back to
sounds
the.
ASMR. No, fuck you, Bright. First of all, Jesus Christ. Fucking hell.
Don't fulfill his Christmas list.
You realise that by responding to
by
him, you are
promising
actually
things.
doing it.
I could. Never mind. I could do some cancerous sounds, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, please don't. Let's have a look at some other stories. So we've done European news. We've spent a long time on this section, but I feel like we haven't done enough actual news to move on. So I'll
Yeah.
pick some of the cream of the crop, and then I'll do another vote. People can vote for news again. We have more stories. Let's start with this. This is a nice and easy story, just to run us into the US news. From the Gateway Pundit, Biden disapproval hits new high, voters unhappy with handling of economy and COVID. Possibly a bit of a feel-good story, although of course it is the US president, for better or for worse, for legitimacy or not. Joe Biden's overall disapproval hit a new high in December, according to a left-leaning CNBC Change Research poll. 60% of the 1,895 respondents said they disapprove of Biden's handling of the economy, and 55% disapprove of his response to the COVID pandemic. This is a left-leaning CNBC poll, which means Biden's approval rating is much worse than what is being reported. Gateway Pundit, once again being pundits, they don't know that for sure, but yeah, you can be pretty goddamn sure that's correct. So this is an excerpt from CNBC. President Joe Biden's disapproval rating hit a new high in December as more voters signaled their unhappiness with his administration's supervision of the economy and the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me just say once again that if the few people who are clearly running some sort of organized plan of subversion / propaganda over the Western society, i.e. the most wealthy corporations to keep themselves in power, and China as a matter of international socialist subversion, if they wanted to just create oppression, to just create a totalitarian system, to just be malicious and be evil, Biden's not the guy they would pick. Someone more like Kamala or Pelosi, maybe, if it was that simple. But if they were trying to sabotage the US on the world scale, to divide the US from its allies, and to make it easier for a nation like China to take control, Biden's their man. And this is what they would write, too. They don't mind that things are going badly. They don't mind that Biden is weak and useless. They haven't replaced him with Kamala yet, have they? As I've mentioned before, I think in the Afghanistan withdrawal showed this pretty well, that what they're after is someone who is weak and treacherous.
Well, Biden was their second choice. Their first choice always been president for 8 years. Very ineffectual half-black man.
Maybe, but I feel like Trump hastened their ambitions a bit. Again, it's awkward to have to talk about they like this, because I don't know who exactly it is. It's not a small group of people who are controlling everything. It's a cultural force, but there are people at the top of it who know what they're doing. I'm pretty sure. I think most would agree that there are certainly some, although it is largely a cultural force. Even if those who know what they're doing are just the leaders of the most wealthy and anti-competitive corporations in the West, and also the head of China, even if that's all it is, then that's who I mean. What they would want, or especially China, is Biden. He's perfect for China.
It's an entire apparatus of only appointed people, and some people that are in such voting districts that they're pretty much appointed the minute they enter office, or the minute they enter their campaign.
Possibly because of the biases of the locals, which is influenced by propaganda,
Yes.
and possibly because of rigging.
That too, which is totally not going to happen again within the next few years.
It may well. It is the responsibility of all Americans to prevent it as much as possible. So 56% of voters now say they disapprove of the job Biden is doing, the worst such reading of his presidency as he approaches the end of his first year in office, according to a new CNBC Change Research polls. Prior polls in the series showed Biden's disapproval rating at 54% in early September and 49% in April. So getting worse by their ratings. But again, don't necessarily take that as Biden's being defeated.
They're keeping him on life support at this point,
yeah,
man.
pretty much. Like if things were going as they should, if things were going according to public opinion, according to the genuine will of democracy, Biden would be nowhere near the halls of power because he did not win the last election. They had to rig like absolute crazy, and we saw the evidence of how hard they had to work. He would not be in. So reading this only tells you what you already know. You already knew Biden was deeply unpopular. Trump was much more popular despite their best efforts to make him look like a devil figure. We already know how unpopular Biden is. If the CNBC pollsters are now affirming how unpopular he is, all that means is that the mainstream press are okay with the public knowing how unpopular he is.
No, Uzulu, he was so popular that the dead rose up from their graves to vote for him.
In huge numbers.
Yeah, in huge numbers. Like, he's that popular. The reason this poll isn't showing it is because they've gone back to their graves, you know? So if they came out again to vote, he'd be super popular.
And they only come out every 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Gotta, you know, a lot of the people that have like twins with the same name as well, you know?
Mm.
Yeah, but as another pundit said that I typically agree with, that Biden's only matter of approval, in party at least, was COVID. Like, across the spectrum for the party, a lot of people believed, well, Biden is going to be doing something great on COVID. And now that this week, I'm not sure if you had a news article or on the, well, no, he promised the sun and the moon, said that Trump was doing nothing despite him.
Right, but
the president has no power to actually do federally anything on the matter of
but do you
vaccine
remember
mandates.
when Trump tried to close down the country from people and then they called him a fascist? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and they were wanting to promote parties for...
Early on,
Early on, the Democrats were doing everything they possibly could to spread the virus. And frankly, even if that wasn't their intention, that was the result of their policies.
And by early on, we mean the first 3 months of the disease.
When Trump was aware of it, saying it was a problem, and when it was actually at its most dangerous point, when it was sensible to be aware of it and maybe even a bit afraid of it, the Republicans, including Trump, were, and the Democrats were saying, no, go and rub your face on a Chinaman, which is exactly what they would do if they were in on the grift, by the way. And then afterwards, when it became less of a problem, Republicans were saying, okay, things have gone a bit too far now. The Democrats were saying, oh, God, it's horrifying. We need to shut everything down, and it's not racist now, etc., etc.
Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it?
After it's too late to fix anything by quarantine, let's quarantine all the healthy people.
Yeah, and then
never forget what Biden did with the insulin as well. Like first thing he did almost in office was like put the price back up of insulin to like crazy amounts, so people were struggling to get it that really needed it.
One of the many initial executive orders that he did to undo policies of Trump's, which were working.
Yep.
Yeah, the fact that insulin is such an expensive thing over in the US really is
No, Trump brought it down quite a bit, and then he reversed it immediately. Interesting
Wouldn't that be an interesting grift, though? A bunch of corporations work together to get Americans fat. Massive obesity epidemic, which wasn't happening 30 years ago, say. They all work together to do that. And then the price of insulin for diabetics just skyrockets. That is a weird system.
It's weird. It's not even just with that. It's like almost get everyone to rely on some type of medication, whether that be if you're depressed, take an SSRI. Oh, you're a diabetic, have this, have that. You know, like and now with this COVID. Yeah, and now with this COVID too, it's like, like the amount for the testing kits alone, like it's for over here for 5, it's €25 of these like stupid testing kits, and then. Yeah, but the thing is, these testing kits they're so unreliable. Even when they test positive, they're like, oh, well, if it tests positive, now you have to go in and get a different test done.
And that the different test, the more complex one, conflates it with many forms of the flu. which suddenly disappeared in 2021. What a strange coincidence.
No, they've merged. What do you mean? Do you
now
not
it's
know
Flurona.
the merging?
Flurona.
Flurona, bro.
Flurona, that's the fucking
Endless
Christ.
I was looking into
Why?
it, and apparently, like, what happened was somebody had the flu and COVID at the same time, 2 different viruses, and they're just like, no, it's combined.
Maybe that's all it was, yeah?
Like, it's,
That sounds
it's
like the kind of thing I'd
crazy.
expect to hear for Africa.
Uh-huh. It's combined,
no.
bro. This person has 2 viruses. No, that's impossible. He has one that's merged.
It legitimately sounds like something I'd expect to sound from like some Zimbabwean quack witch doctor.
No, it's not some quack. Some Chinaman used the polymerization card and merged the 2 monster cards in face-up position.
Oh my god, that's great. Well done there,
No,
Vern.
what happened is that the viruses sexually reproduced with each other and formed an offspring.
I don't think that's how
That's
it
how that
works.
works.
No, it's not that.
I don't think that's how it works.
As I understand it, viruses reprogram cells to reproduce instances of the virus, so they can't change their DNA by mixing it with something else, as far as I understand.
No, they're
That's
just
correct, yeah.
fucking in your body, bro, and they're
They-
having offspring.
Die.
That's how it
You're a
works.
prude, but you can't stop the bacteria fucking in your body.
I believe viruses do have the potential to pass DNA to each other. But like, I think the
I
term
feel
is
like if Doc
laterally.
was here, he'd shoot himself from our ignorance.
No,
Possibly.
Ginger's pretty well informed as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had this
I may be
conversation before.
conflating what I'm thinking of with bacteria. In fact, I almost certainly think it is bacteria, but it's a process basically where one form of DNA basically just gives genes to another thing, and then it's spread that way instead of reproducing.
Did you see as
It's
well
bizarre.
that there's a lot of schools as well that you know when they're studying about viruses and stuff, they changed a lot of the terminology and stuff when talking about it, even more so to confuse new generations that are learning about it in certain areas. I'd have to find the link to it. There was
Wouldn't be
talk of like
surprised.
there was talk of like ever since this COVID has gone on and people have gotten more into trying to understand viruses, that they're changing a lot of the curriculum around it to
Interesting.
suit what they're saying, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, they were already doing that with biology, from what we know.
Mm-hmm.
And
Thanks
yeah,
Oh,
to
well,
the
they are.
discussion.
and
they are.
also, what is a vaccine in the first place? That definition was changed.
Mm-hmm. Because what the COVID vaccine is, what gene therapy? Actually, it's not a vaccine.
That's one of the things. That's one of the issues. Yeah, is that
It-
it's not. It's by some definitions. It's by the CDC's original definition. It isn't really a vaccine. It's like a treatment of some kind, a prophylactic treatment. But they changed the definition of vaccine to be more open to refer to defense against rather than inoculation against, which is a bit different. The current COVID vaccines don't provide inoculation; they allegedly provide defense against. I think it seems to me like a gradated difference, but it was big enough that they thought to change the definition.
Yeah, like my understanding of how the COVID vaccine basically works is that it reduces the severity of the immune response, reducing. Okay, so I'm sure you heard of the thing called the cytokine storm or cytokine storm. That's it.
I've heard of it, yeah.
That's basically your immune system turning off all the safety measures and just going absolutely fucking ballistic to try and kill the whatever's attacking your body with maximum force and maximum collateral damage. The maximum collateral damage in this case of COVID coming in the form of fucking your lungs into drowning yourself in your own fluids. Basically, these vaccines, what they did was they just lessened the severity of your immune response so that you wouldn't kill yourself as you went through the process of fighting off the virus. It's the reason why they didn't actually prevent you from spreading it in the first place. It didn't kill the virus. It didn't make you immune. It just made you not kill yourself as you fought it off. That just seems to be the effect of this. And
If I remember the
that's not a
description
virus.
by
That's not a vaccine.
if I remember the description by a good doctor, it was something that artificially created cells that were thought of to fight the virus.
But there's also a lot of
Possibly.
cases where it's just like people. What was it? They tested somebody that naturally fought it off. They didn't have the vaccine, and then somebody that did have the vaccine and found that they had no antibodies whatsoever to fight off COVID as well. There's a
Long
lot of
term,
that.
it's definitely better for you not to get the vaccine if you can survive having the virus once. If you're elderly, if you're at risk, maybe get the
or
vaccine.
obese, you know.
Or maybe even
From
obese,
what I
yeah. But
heard
if
is-
you can survive having it once, probably better just
You're
to get it.
probably fine.
Yeah.
If you thing is like usually if you can fight off the flu, I think you'd be fine.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm.
You know.
The
You've had
flu
a flu
is the
before.
natural
Noted, by the way.
equilibrium for a respiratory virus. That's where they fall evolutionarily. COVID appears to
Yes.
have already got there. So we are no worse than we were 5 years ago with the flu.
By the way, I just want to point out the simple fact that the fact that it's already got there, a damn good job on COVID's part. Like, that's a speed run.
Yeah?
Oh, it was man-made, wasn't it? Oh, sorry, we're not allowed to say that.
No, even the mainstream is saying that now. Or have been saying that for a few months, actually, that it originated in that lab.
Mm.
I mean, they
Oh, we're-
started
oh,
saying
they're
it a
actually
year
saying-
or
oh, we're
more
not-
after we were saying
They're
it.
not
but
calling
regardless.
us conspiracy theories anymore?
No, that one's
Uh-huh.
allowed now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
Remember,
is
anything
it
that was a
is it just
conspiracy
that's
theory
made in
a
a
year ago
lab?
is real now.
Is
I'm
it
sure
just
China
that's made in
wouldn't
a
agree.
lab, or is it China made lab
Depends where you look.
virus?
I think what I did see in mainstream sources a while ago that, yeah, they were admitting that it was made in that particular lab in China.
They tried for a long time
How
to be like,
progressive.
it's not China made, but no one believed it, so they gave up, it seems like. Trying to
Maybe.
convince people. I'm sure
So
China's
how many
still
more
trying,
years
though.
until normal people can find out about the China Fauci connection?
Oh, probably when they're dead.
Mm. Well, they did say
After
55
the
years, didn't they?
2024.
It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense.
Ginger, do you want
said we
to
were going to vote on
do
something?
you want to state that, Ginger?
Sure. So Daka has asked. So basically, the Rona isn't all that bad, but in some cases, the body notices it and goes, "Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!" and slams the exterminatus button.
Well, my,
To which
my
I replied
uncle-
with, "That was OG Rona. These days, Rona is just oopsie whoopsie. You did a sneezy."
Yeah, no, my uncle currently tested positive for COVID, right? You know what his symptom was? He had a little
sickly
headache
cough?
and a shiver down his back for a day.
Is there
and then he
is there
was
any
fine.
chance, Di, that he wanted a positive diagnosis deep down?
No. I don't. I'm pretty sure not. But
enough.
again, Yosuke, it's with the It was done with the the testing kit you buy in store.
Yeah, the ones that's not much better than chance.
The ones where you put water on it and the water has COVID. Yeah. That one.
I heard people like sending in Pepsi samples
that's
and
the-
they got COVID.
That's the lateral flow test, isn't it?
I never remember the names, but we did figure it out last time, but I forgot which one it was.
It's
that's
it's
complex
the
one.
it's the one where you just like shove a thing up your nose, put it in the vial, and then drip that vial onto the thing, and then it'll get a reading.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the lateral flow.
No.
It's named after the fact that you put it on a flat thing and then you drip it and it goes, it flows.
I don't know how I haven't tested, but me and my grandmother are like, our immune systems are so fucking shit. But I think we had a bad case of the flu, we call it, a while back. We didn't test for COVID. We just dealt with it, as a rough flu. Ever since then, like it's we've been fine. But you'd
I have
think with
never
how
had a test.
contagious it is,
I've never
everyone would
seen
be.
a test. I have
I
had
had to
no
take it in
involvement.
England. I had to take that one in England to be able to get home,
Yeah,
which is retarded.
I've had very little involvement in the system. I've never owned any of those medical masks, never seen a test, never had anyone address me about what you're supposed to do. And yet here I am discussing the policy across the Western world as tyrannical, because it is. Even though it's not affecting me, I'm able to experience it.
Yeah, well, that's because you've locked yourself in your
Vicariously.
house. Nothing can affect you. You could probably, there could be a zombie apocalypse outside, and as long as you
There is.
still have delivery, you'll be fine.
And Uzulu is a model citizen for doing so.
I mean, there is that argument. But yeah, Dai is mostly right that I don't go out much, which is why he explains a lot of it. But still, I do go out. I do go shopping.
Have you gotten sick
occasionally.
at all?
No.
Mm.
I mentioned I had a very mild cough for like a month a while ago. That's it. And maybe that was COVID, probably not. But maybe.
God, how did you survive, man?
I know. No, it was so mild, but it was just noticeable. It was like every now and again I coughed when I wouldn't have normally. It was
Are you sure
about
that
that.
wasn't like pollen?
I suppose it might have been. It could have been that simple.
Could have been pollen.
I don't think it was in the
Is
summer,
it
but
pollen or COVID, guys? Who knows?
you really can't tell. Thing is, it wasn't sneezing; it was just coughing.
I'd say you could maybe put the samples on a COVID test to find out, but no, that wouldn't work, would it?
No, you would have to do it a bunch of times and then see what the. I mean, I wonder if anyone has actually run the personal analysis of buying a bunch of these tests, putting it with a sample they know isn't infected, and just seeing what the results come out as. Yeah, that was not Boomer. I would not be careless enough to let a barks regularly come through my mic. But with Dai's new setup, I mean, it's really awkward. I mean, it's not like this happened before where she had a setup she was more used to. But of course, she can't unmute to respond because she's still dealing with a barking dog. Anyway.
All right, I'm here. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Was that really loud?
back.
Hopefully it wasn't.
It was not too bad. For me, anyway,
Okay.
it's my filters. Silent,
Alright.
why are you creating a bunch of Uzlu as king memes? Not that I mind, but I'm just wondering.
Fucking cringe.
You are the new
Fucking
heir, Uzulu.
cringe. What is this?
Daka says, wow,
this-
Uzlu, you're doing such
Sans,
a
is
great
this
job
new
to help
heir?
reduce the spread of the pandemic. Uzlu says, pandemic? With the Chad face. Yeah, basically. This is the lifestyle I was living anyway. In fact, I go out more than I'd like. But still, I do go out occasionally.
I remember when being a NEET was a meme, and now it's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this world?
Right, chat, let's have our final content vote. We're 3 hours, 20 minutes in, so we'll end soon. But this is the final content vote. This will probably be just a short thing or a fun thing. It won't be anything major. The vote is
Oh.
in Discord.
Oh. All right, hold on.
What does the emoji mean?
We will have to figure it out.
There we go. There we go.
Thing is, Daka, politicians' salaries aren't tremendously high. They are higher than average, but they're not tremendously high. It's the corruption that really gets them paid.
Vote on the tentacle monster, guys. Come on now. Let's see what he does with that. Let's see what he does with that.
You're the person that'll be injured most by people voting for the tentacle monster. Oh no! Wait, you said that tentacles are a normal thing in
Yeah.
porn, right?
She said that tentacles are too normal.
Dude, somebody had that clip, but I don't remember why I said that or the context. But like some people give me
Zane-
that.
Zane, was Egg the one with the clip? I'm pretty sure you know, if you're here.
So many people send me voice clips of things I said, and now I'm like, did they like put that together to make something, or did I actually say that? Like, I can't tell anymore.
It's like when Charlie Kirk's face is presented without modifications. Like, is that real? Is that shrunk? I can't tell.
They actually always get the natural thing that you say. You're just on the milkshake most of the time.
You know what we need to do, Uzlu? We need to have a review of the Spiral channel.
You mean for deletion?
No.
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 All the women in chat
There's-
say no, including Ginger.
All the things that have been posted today.
There's nothing good in there, though. It's all bad.
What do you mean? This is why you're miserable.
I'm not miserable, Di. I'm not even slightly miserable.
This Because you won't look
Look,
at the cute doggos, man.
There is literally a duck.
Oh, that's
Look
really
at
pretty.
that. Look at that majestic creature.
Why?
Damn.
Why would I look at that creature?
We got some crazy ferrets.
Ducks are an inherently funny animal.
10% of ducks are gay.
What?
But 100% of ducks are the result of rape.
100% of Zanes
Welcome
are
to
gay.
the
as well.
animal kingdom, my dude. You'd be surprised to know how many is the case with that.
So far, tomboys are winning the vote with 9 votes.
Oh,
What-
also
what do you
don't
think about
forget,
God.
Also, don't forget that Nakavine posted $20 for the TVUP.
That's true. Tomboys and
Just
VTubers are
reminds-
currently in
This
the
reminds
lead
me
then.
of the girl that was just like, "Hey guys, come check me out. I'm a tomboy," and I'm just like, right.
Just want to point out, by the way, that every vote for Dai's tentacle emoji is a vote for a new Daikun.
No, no.
We're gonna see the tentacles win by landslide. Then, yep, there goes.
Ginger. What the fuck's wrong with you, Ginger?
Well, why else would you have posted it there? You're the one who introduced it.
Yeah, it was your idea, Dai. And now with your mouth and your new mic, you can make the tentacle noises.
All right, you know what?
Hmm.
You know what, guys? I'll do something for you. Hold on. There you
That's
go.
horrible.
There you go.
All right, who clipped that? Posted it in the next hour.
That's horrible.
Bold of you to assume that there isn't some degenerate in here who would get off to that.
Well, despite the contribution in favor of the TVUP, the tentacle emoji has actually won.
Everyone in chat's like, what the fuck? Oh,
I need a spiral cleanse.
I don't know how cancerous it actually was because I couldn't hear it. But
It was pretty bad.
All right, I'm deleting
You know
Spiral.
no,
You know?
no.
You know that clip of the the cursed guy eating crap with dodgy noises behind it? Reminiscent of that.
Oh no, I like Vil. Oh no,
Yes, it was Phil.
I've been insulting Vil this whole time. I actually kind of like Vil. Oh
Does that
no.
indicate yet another potential hypocrisy in your principles, Dai?
Oh no.
Well, remember, it's not against their principles to hate
Vil
other
can
women.
take my jokes. It's fine. If she's a tomboy, it won't hurt her, you know, as she said. But no, Vil's all right.
Even though she shilled herself as a tomboy.
I mean, it deducted points, but you know, it's all right.
Look at what Fire's posted.
Uh-oh.
I would rather not.
What is this?
That's
Hold on.
Oh no!
Oh, he's eating soap.
oh. It's actually pretty close to what you sounded like too.
Really? Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh Christ! Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, so today's stream is concluding with the sucky sucky segment.
Somebody,
Seems so.
somebody says, "I sit the fuck down to that sloppy nonsense." I'm so sorry.
What does that mean?
Oh.
Who's sitting on whose face?
No, no. Dai, you eat soap now. That's it.
No.
You know, soap is
I'm
actually a
not
political
naughty.
party in the server.
Of course
Really?
it is.
Why? How? What do they
Hawkins.
represent?
Ask Hawkins. Don't make no goddamn sense,
Martin,
but it
explain
is.
yourself.
Not sure if Walkings is here, actually.
Unfortunately, doesn't look so.
What do you mean, unfortunately? I
Well,
wonder
you
if we can
wanna-
get
you won't have
Vil
any
to
context
come on
with
and
you.
debate with Dai.
What? Who's debating me? What am I debating?
You're debating a tomboy.
I'm seeing if we can get Vil on the stream to debate you.
Oh no. Picky, you have to help me here, okay? You agreed last time.
To
No, you agreed that it was very thoughterly, remember?
oh, okay.
What do you mean agreed? I've never heard of you in my life, says 8-Bit Picky, rapidly distancing herself from the new social pariah of Cabal.
God damn it. You
No, but
this woman.
I approve Vil. She's not a thought.
No, but Vil was the one that said that she was a tomboy.
And used it to advertise her channel. And the argument Dai, I think, was making on that is essentially, like, women do tend to do this fad following thing where if the men in a group like something, like some sort of type of female, then the females are likely to try and make themselves look like that type of female to gain social clout. Now, I had no particular strong position on this because Vil does seem like somewhat of a tomboy at least.
I like Vil. I didn't realize I was like eviscerating Vil, but you know,
No,
make
Vil's
a mistake, what happens? I know. It's alright, Vil. It only deducted some points. You're fine.
It's still a valid femoid in
Yeah,
Dai's eyes.
you're still a femoid.
Dai, so we were talking with Zane, right, recently. Zane is currently on the board to be getting a new role in Cabal. However, he's already he's already at the monitor role. So there are essentially three options that we can go with. Option one is we make him a moderator. Option two is we give him the role which is called Bottom, is coloured skirt green, and adds the gay icon to his name. The third option, which I think I would like your opinion on, is we just give him the verified female role.
No,
Really? Why not?
because he's a boy.
I mean,
He's not a man. He's A boy.
arguably?
He's a boy.
What do you think, chat? If you had to pick one, doesn't mean you have to pick
I
one.
think
but if you
the
had to
faggot
pick
one, with the skirt would be the best way to go.
If you had to pick one, chat, press 1 for moderator, which has the rainbow tick he doesn't like.
No,
Press
he's asked
2
for mods
for the
so
skirt
much.
image or skirt
He's
color.
asked for mods so
Yeah,
much.
he
though.
really, he clearly really
I
wants
don't-
mod.
No, but that's why you don't give it to people like that.
Zane, can you confirm what Dai is saying, that you really want mod?
Yeah, I see it everywhere, man. You're always asking for
think-
mod.
I think he deserves the first option personally.
No, it's the second option all the way.
No, this whole thing was predicated on him bragging about how he can read mod abuse. So I think the most punishing thing for him would
You
be to
should
give
take
him mod.
mod abuse. No, not make. No, don't make him a mod, but stop him from seeing mod abuse.
Chat, what do you think of that? Let's have a press 4.
Since he's
To-
going around bragging about it, you know.
Press 4 to remove Zane's right to access mod abuse without changing his roles otherwise. Thanks.
I think that
thanks,
would hurt
Ginge.
him more.
We got the message.
That would hurt him more.
Wow, chat likes that idea. What do you think of that, Zane?
He gets no benefits and just loses. You know.
I mean, Zane, if you had to choose, would you want skirt green moderator or lose access to mod abuse? If you had to choose one of those three.
Why did you remove
Hang on.
the confirmed femoid from the options?
Dai
Hang
would
on.
not
Is
abide
one-
it.
Is one of the options, just to make sure I'm hearing this right, is one of the options here not making him mod, but still just removing his access to mod abuse?
Yes. That was my idea.
That's 4.
That is excellent.
Mhm.
I'm
Thank
changing my
you.
vote.
Thank you. Where's the voting happening?
Oh,
That's
wait, hang
5.
on. Is it
Okay,
4
so-
or 5?
It's 4, isn't it? Four, isn't it? Isn't it 4?
It was 4 for that one. What we could do
Yeah,
is we could
4.
give him a role
Alright.
which gives him the gay checkmark that comes along with moderator, and removes his access to mod abuse, just like moderator does, but doesn't give him any powers.
The mod trainee role.
That can be 5.
Not 4. 4 has to be the way. He needs to be punished, guys. Come on.
There needs to be an appropriate name for the role that gives him all of the downsides of being a mod, but none of the associated powers.
What sounds more meaning? Trainee mod or a junior mod?
It wouldn't be either of those. It would be like more so fake mod.
What about modette?
That's not bad.
Monte.
Has a very feminine side.
It does.
Fake,
it
but
does.
still gay.
And that matches Zane's very feminine personality and character, wouldn't you agree, though?
All I'm going to say is it looks like 4 was winning to me.
Yeah.
You know? He's going to hate me.
I'd like
He's
everyone
gonna hate
to
me.
I'd like everyone to thank Zane for providing the meme bot, which we all greatly value.
Oh. I mean, like, it's mod abuse. All they ever do is call mods gay in there. Like, nothing else ever happens.
It's true. I mean, yes, that is what we want the mods on the
Oh
server
no,
to
sorry.
believe.
So, yeah, you're right. They shit talk all the mods, man. We know all of the their dirty laundry.
Zane, the latest mod, has just said that the mods are gay.
Huh.
Also,
Interesting.
Moo has asked to become mod for a reason.
Yes, he has. I think he's gay too.
Who
He's
knows?
actually
I think,
stated in the past that all of Outreach are gay necessarily. I'm not sure I agree, but most of
There has been another example of a use for the Mod Abuse channel that isn't just talking shit about the mods. I remember the time that I actually reported the fact that Bright unmuted James as a form of mod abuse.
possibly.
Oh, what a snitch!
That's the proper use for mod abuse.
Yeah,
Ty.
people shouldn't
No,
be
what a
giving
snitch,
Jack
bro.
or James permission to talk ever.
Yeah, true. True.
Chad, do you reckon that we should give... what we should do is we should pool all the power from the roles that Jack and James have, take all that power and influence away from them, and combine it together into one mod role to give to Zane.
So
Like,
just delete them.
Do
from
we
the server.
need more mods? Nothing happens.
Nothing happens until it happens.
True. But even then, when it happens, it's like most of the bots take care of it.
I don't have any bots for security on this version of the server, actually.
Oh, well, don't say that.
I didn't. No one heard me say that.
Are you that bored?
No,
Are
it's
you that
only all
bored?
the other mods that say that every time something happens.
He's that bored, guys.
Make Zane acting moderator until elections come, says Theo. The thing is, if we have Cabal moderator elections again, everyone's going to vote for Zane against his will.
The best kind of election.
Oh, best
mean,
election
Zane-
will be
Zane,
Zane
all right.
versus Moo, and they don't want it either.
Zane, I'll give you some advice, right? If you really don't want mod and they give it to you, just do a bunch of mod abuse and they'll take it off you.
Oh Christ!
Yeah, but then
Fire,
you'll
why
also
would you
lose
speak
everything
against
else.
yourself in that way?
Yeah, you'll lose everything else, but you won't be a mod.
Moo says, give me mod and I'll get Warmonger to come back. It's a good argument not to give him mod.
Why? No. Bad
No, he's
move.
bluffing. He will
Bad
never do
move.
it.
Moo
Bad
has said that
move.
deliberately to get me to never give him mod.
Yeah, ban him. You know what you should do? You should just ban him, Uzulu, as a punishment.
Who was it recently that said I should give Cabal over to someone else and that someone else should be die? Because if it was, I think it was Moo, and he has now just
Right.
recommended someone to be owner of Cabal who would ban Moo.
Oh, no, I'd be benevolent. I'll be a benevolent dictator.
I'm pretty sure that anybody who has ever contributed to the Cesspool channel would be banned from the server if Dai became owner.
Yes.
I mean,
And I think in
ooh,
balance-
Hopefully so.
In balance, we have to delete Spiral.
No. Why? Why do you hate like happiness? Like, why are you so depressed?
Yeah.
that's all it ever is. That's always just an emotional argument, isn't it? Typical woman.
Yeah, because you're emotional.
That's
You're being
false.
very emotional right
That's
now.
very false.
He says in anger.
She says in sexual frustration.
No, that's picky. That's picky.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I have to push it on to the other woman in here. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I
No,
need a
hey, but
shield.
you have to stand up for yourself, especially against Di. She's awful.
Aw, that's rude. I'm only a little bit awful. I'm only a little
So,
bit
Di,
awful.
who do you think would make a better owner of Cabal? Me or you?
Ugh. I mean, like, I think together we make a good team. How about that?
What do you reckon,
That
chat?
sounds pretty gay.
On one hand, with Dai as lead, there'd be no trannies in Cabal. On the other hand, there'd be like 3 people in Cabal.
Yeah.
That's just so many gay people in here. What do you want from
There's
me?
no trannies if you get rid of all the people.
True.
Unless, of course, you assume, well, that assumes that trannies are people. How dare you, Di? That's very progressive leftist
You're
of you.
right. I apologize. Of course, they're not people. My mistake.
Apologizing is also a very gay thing to do.
Yeah, it's also a sign of
Yeah, but
weakness. A
that-
leader can't do that, Di.
There's only a few things that you should apologize for, and that's why calling trannies people. You know. Come on now.
Why is equals price under that particular meme in the meme bot? What the fuck is the story
You
behind
can't
that?
be pedophiles if you kill all the children. Oh wait, what the fuck? I don't know about that one.
Big think occurring at this moment.
I don't know. Yes, and we just eradicate our species. Yes.
So, chat. Is
We're
no
North
one
Korea.
going to reclaim that stream boss spot before we wrap up the stream? We're almost done.
Guys, if you don't give money, I'll do more sounds. Horrible
of-
sounds.
Di,
Speaking
the
of the stream
sickos
boss,
in chat are
did
the ones that
multiplier break?
contribute.
God damn it. But I'm hoping that somebody was like so horrified by the sound that I made that they're like, please no. You
Well,
know?
here's hoping.
And for those people, you can pay to get Dai removed from the stream for the stream.
How about
yeah,
this?
or that.
The people that want her to make noises pay to make her make noises. The people that want her to not to make noises pay to make her
Give more
not
money.
make noises. Ah, yeah.
And whoever gives
Also-
the most money.
It's a bidding
Also, Uzo,
war.
what's the time on your stream boss thing?
What do you mean the time?
Because I haven't seen the multiplier go up in
Have you missed all
for a
the
while.
instructions I've
Oh,
given
no.
about how the dynamics have changed?
Even I know.
Yes.
Whenever there's a contribution, it goes up by 2 for 10 minutes. It doesn't stack with multiple contributions. It reduces down to 1 after 5 and then down to 0 after 10 minutes. And it also goes up every hour by 1 that there hasn't been a contribution. And then every 2 to 3 days that there is a stream boss, the same one, the multiplier goes up by 1 flat.
I think
That's how
it's
it works
been an
now.
hour since Kittler has posted.
Oh, Hitler is here?
Actually, more than that. It's been 2 hours. So yeah, maybe it should have gone up. Maybe there is a problem with that. Let me actually, I can
Yay,
check.
bugs
Hold
of the stream.
on.
Oh, you're black now, Zulu. What happened?
Yeah.
Hours. Yeah, it looks like the hours coefficient is broken. I'll
You
fix that.
turned into a nigger. What happened? Oh.
What? What happened?
You're the stream though you're sharing. You just had a black screen on it.
Oh, I think I know why. Yes, I can fix that. Hold on.
Oh, Twitch
Uh,
bad. Oh shit,
that
you're on
should fix
Twitch.
it.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. Well, rip,
Why
Which
Twitch
bit?
ban? Well, because of the black
I s-
blackface.
because I said N. I said the N.
Oh, right. No, I don't care. No one watches on no,
I
no
love
one
how you didn't
monitors
even
the Twitch
realize.
channel.
Like it's just in one ear out the other. It's like, why would I get?
I said it
banned? Nobody-
earlier. I recommended it as the name of the dog.
Yeah, he was the first one.
Yeah.
Hey guys, do you remember like H.P. Lovecraft's Name of the Cat? You know,
Y-
it's
yes,
just
I
we're
do.
naming stuff here. Yeah. What was the name again? I can't remember.
She's such
I
a
don't
mind.
actually know.
Theo has contributed a 1488 and says, "Here's for the budget for drilling with Ginge."
Oh, drilling. That sounds gay.
Yes, it does.
That sounds very
Ginge,
gay.
do you want to extol the virtues of your political party to die?
I
Oh,
already
no.
explained it to her when she first came in.
Dude, we should just
But
make
it's
like
the,
Oh, yeah,
the
you did,
IRA faction or something, guys. We should do
It's
this.
it's Ginger's gaming cabal conglomeration, the GGCC, and it has only one goal, and that is to play games on stream.
Chat, how many of you would join Die's IRA faction of Cabal? Press 1.
I would.
Yes, I know you
Robo
would.
would.
Joined.
Well, Invader wouldn't join. That's a good start.
What was this? Evil Lovecraft be like, this is my cat, Cracker Woman.
So what kind of stream content would your IRA party vote for, Die?
Ooh, gosh.
Cover Irish news.
Oh,
Posting nothing but
hold on.
Spiral.
Hold on.
Maybe there will
Shit.
be a Spiral party.
Oh, I have cute animals everywhere. Yeah, that'd be great.
No, it wouldn't.
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Cute animals gay.
You have Boomer.
Yes, I know.
He's adorable.
Yes, I know. Well, yes, people say he is. He's not often adorable. He's often quite bad, actually. In fact, let me show you what he's doing right now. He's being entertaining, if nothing else.
What is he doing? Let's see.
He's just stopped. Just
Oh,
this
he knew
moment,
the
he stopped.
camera. He knew the camera went on him.
I'll leave it like that. He was chewing up one of those boxes. The mess that you see there, chat, is not the result of me being untidy. It's the result of that being Boomer's area. And sometimes I give him like cartons of apple juice that are finished, and he enjoys messing with them. And I just tidy them up every few days.
Sounds like cope to me.
Di, how tidy is your room?
Listen, I just got a bunch of like
Listen.
Christmas
Listen,
presents
she
behind
said.
me. Like I have a bunch of Christmas presents behind me. Leave me
Mhm.
be.
How tidy was it before the Christmas season?
It was rather tidy.
No, really, really.
Yeah, it was.
Mhm.
It was.
I'm sure.
The desk, on the other hand, oof.
I
That's you
sent-
don't see.
I sent a picture of my setup in Cabal recently, and it is pretty tidy.
Hmm.
Several people can confirm. I think Ginge saw my setup.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
It is rather good. Personally, I prefer my own. Mostly
Well, of
because
course
of the
you'd say
lavish chair.
that.
Right. Is there anything else before we wrap up, chat?
Hmm.
I think you're right, though, that the hours coefficient is not ticking up as it should be. Is the stream freezing at all, or is it working okay?
Am I now, chat?
Yes.
Before
Is the
we
stream
leave, chat.
feed that you've got freezing at all?
No.
Okay,
Nope.
good.
No, it seems to be working for me.
Okay. Good.
Shame.
It's freezing on my end, but as long as it works for you.
Come on, chat. Before we leave, why don't you toss a coin to your wizard? Yeah. Poor lad. Poor lad can't survive. Come on, guys. He's gonna die without you.
It's 2 hours. Every 2 hours it goes up since last contribution, not 1 hour. Oh, thank
Hey,
you,
look, another
Ezreal.
contribution.
Ezreal
Ah.
says Hannah's asking if we can have potatoes for dinner. I can only imagine she's asking to go down on Die.
What the fuck? First of all, what type of potatoes? Like, are they baby potatoes? Are they like rooster potatoes? Like, you know,
more
are you gonna
importantly, how are they
boil them? Are you
prepared?
gonna steam them? Or is it
Are
gonna be
they-
mash?
Legless, crippled Irish potatoes.
My legs work, guys. I'm not in a wheelchair. I'm gonna break the news here. I'm gonna do it. I'm not in a wheelchair, everyone.
What? Why didn't you never tell us this, Dai?
I know, right? Gosh.
Wait, your legs work, but do you?
You know, Di, when I saw you on camera the other day, I didn't see you ever stand up. I only ever saw you sat down, so...
When I met Dai, she may have been sitting down the whole time. I couldn't tell.
Do you remember? I'm not even going to say it. I'll wait till we're off stream.
Ours has become the stream boss with no message. In
Oh.
fact, there's a small bug in my code that means that it's showing quote marks around the no message. I'll fix that later. But yes, ours is now the stream boss. Congratulations, ours. And thank you.
Oz says.
Yeah. I think, oh goodness, another one. That won't be enough to be stream boss, but that's a kind contribution. Thank you. I think
Ursula
maybe
can live another day.
whoever, yes, I can just about afford to eat today now. Whoever is stream boss at the end of the stream will be able to decide whether Dai makes noises or not. And you
Oh,
can decide
great.
in the message you send in the contribution as well.
Hold
So-
my beer.
Oh, God damn it, no.
Kittler said, real Boomer cameo, not just Boomer cam. Yeah, we can have that at the end. Your request will be considered.
Good choice, good choice.
So if the person that becomes stream boss should make a commentary on that as well. If you want Boomer to come on, then you should ask in the contribution if you become stream boss. But I might just do it anyway. Ours says, I thought about making Dai make noises in the message, but I didn't want to sound thirsty. Fair enough. This is ours
So-
of the free
so-
drinks for tomboys party, which of course doesn't sound thirsty at all.
So in retrospect, do we put his money towards the Dai making noises fund
Potato.
since he let his thoughts burn?
I'm
Dai's not a sweet
disappointed.
potato, Dai's a
Sweet
bitter potato.
Yeah, no, I
Hey,
go for the
at
normal
least they're not
potatoes.
using yams.
That is sweet potato,
It's
To be
actually
accurate,
isn't.
isn't it? Okay.
to be accurate
No.
to be accurate to Ezreal,
Actually,
Dai is a baked potato.
I couldn't help
Fuck you,
it.
Dai.
that's true. Dai, are you a baked potato or have you stopped that now?
I have nothing left. I wish I was
Aw.
a baked potato.
8-Bit Picky has very kindly contributed and says, no Dai noises. She saved you, 8-Bit. Or has she? Did you actually, or Dai, did you actually want to make the noises?
Thank you, 8-Bit Picky. You're the best. You're the best.
You just need 17 pounds to counter 8-Bit Picky.
No.
Also, 8-Bit did not say anything about a Boomer cameo.
I know, we
True.
all want the Boomer cameo.
Although there's no Boomer.
He has disappeared from the camera.
No, I can fix that. Hold on. He's currently just sitting there, waiting for something
Yeah.
to happen.
He's
He probably
pulling,
does get quite bored doing my streams, and I understand, but the streams have to happen. I'll do something with him after the stream. He's just, now that I've put that there, he's just leaving.
It's like he knows. It's
Mhm.
like he knows.
There we go. That's not a bad perspective. I think he's about to lie down.
So Daka posted, people aren't being scared of COVID anymore. Deploy the Ebola.
Ebola's back, guys, and as we all know, we all regularly shit on our friends and neighbors, so it's definitely going to be caught and spread.
Well, if flu and corona can merge into flurona,
Which they
then
can't.
it's only a matter of it's only a matter of time before we
Yeah,
get
Ebola Florona.
You sound like you're joking, but like it's
Ebolid.
crazy. It's so crazy when you think about it. When people are actually saying that they combined
Ebola Rona.
Such a
Florona.
load of bullshit.
It can happen in San Francisco.
That's true.
But that's where all plague originates from, isn't it?
Not just medical ones either.
Yeah, don't forget AIDS.
It's like it's like two women walking into a toilet and then 5 seconds later producing a child. It just doesn't happen.
Oh my god, that would be rough. That'll be a rough one.
Note I said child, not baby. It comes out fully formed within the age of 5.
Ooh, God, that's horrifying. Stop. Christ.
That is how
So what you're saying is
ridiculously
that-
unbelievable it is.
What you're saying is that women are like viruses.
Only
Like
in
what?
certain
What?
context.
Wait,
I'm not
why?
sure about that. I think it's in all contexts. I mean, they're
You
not
said it, not me.
small and subtle. You say that. They are small and non-subtle.
Good night, Driven.
Good night, Driven.
Just like women, they're devastating to people that don't wear protection.
Wait, what? Oh, it's apparently no joke. A sea level I was working with was talking about Florona today and was scared of it. Dude was 60 plus years old. Damn.
What's a sea level?
Damn. I don't know. I assume the Class C citizen because we're being ruled by China at this point. Who
Yeah.
knows?
As
Soon
after the sea
Soon
levels and new
enough, it's
credit
going to be
score.
what it is. You know, it's like, oh, I'm a Class A citizen. I got all my jabs. I got all my everything. I haven't gotten the proper booster, so I'm only a Class A at the moment.
CEO, apparently. So someone near to the top of a company was saying this. Oh, dear.
Damn. I mean, I'm not
Really
surprised,
makes
but
it
at the
clear
same
how,
time-
like, most people to function in society don't need to know the basic truths about lots of different things, which is why deception will be in those areas. It's why that they have to rely on intellectuals to some extent, but the intellectuals in the Western world have betrayed the people of the Western world, which is part of the reason it's all breaking down.
Mhm. No, guys, we have to worry about this. We got to shut everything down. Put everyone in
Imagine-
the camps. Shoot them.
Imagine if you got a sniffle with a nasty name. Right. It looks like 8-Bit Picky is about to, Boomer noticed I said something, is about to win the discussion. And I think I will call on the doggo in a minute.
That is a good name, Ezreal. That is a good game, I meant, not name. God damn it.
That one's not bad. It's the kind of thing where if you've seen it played
Papers,
once, it's not really worth
please.
playing it yourself. Which I have.
Well, there's a lot of endings to it.
Yeah, I never got that far. I think I'd get
I
bored
do know
before
there's
that.
a new. I think they're coming out with a new game as well, or if they already did, I'm not sure. No, I'm a game, not name. God damn it!
I can't speak.
I can't speak.
What that image that Daka has posted is possibly one of the most cursed things I've seen all year.
Yeah,
Boosters
pretty-
3 to 7, all in one Hanukkah tree of injections.
dude, what even is that? Why would you do that?
My guess is that would actually be a large scale Botox injection. Injection?
Maybe,
Injection.
but that seems like it's on the back or hip.
For some reason, I thought it was on the shoulder, but back would make a lot more sense.
It definitely seems like it's that type of. Why would you be getting Botox there? Unless there's a medical reason. Who knows? It's horrifying. That's all we need to really say.
Speaking of horrifying, we are going to have to end the show now.
Oh no.
And thanks to 8-Bit
Truly.
Picky, Die doesn't have to make any noises. If you do
Yes.
die, it will be betraying 8-Bit's trust, and so I would caution you, please don't. I know you want to, but please try to resist. Right. Thank you,
Don't do it, or
everyone.
I'll double it. I might,
Oh,
I might pay off. I might pay off lose groceries for a month.
My
Oh,
entire
now you're-
groceries? Goodness, I might be able to eat something nicer than just rations.
Oh
You'll be
no.
able to eat something and feed Boomer.
We can both
Oh,
eat.
Boomer always comes first. You know what? Garlic bread is superior, Daka. I agree. I love garlic. That's the one thing where I talk to most people and they're like, "You're a vampire," and I'm like, "No, I like garlic. I'm a vampire. There's no way that would be true.
Yeah, but the problem is, Di, that you say garlic.
It's garlic. What
Exactly.
do you mean?
Garlic.
Oh, fuck you, man. Fuck you, man. Oh,
Boomer, come.
that your chair?
Hello.
Loomer! He's so cute. He's so cute. Your chair sounds like it's gonna fall apart any second, by the way.
This is the one I found on the street years ago. I told you. I mean, I can afford groceries now, but I can't afford a new desk chair.
Fucking Christ.
Hello, Bruno.
This is why you need to do the thing of having stream goals on your on the top of your stream.
Pay for me to get a chair that I didn't find on the street.
People would.
Well, the noises are annoying, actually. There is a good argument to get a better chair. I've tried oiling this chair, oiling all the works, but there's some bits of it that the oil doesn't get
There's
to.
a lot of like things on
Hello.
Done Deal or something similar you could look at where people have like furniture that they're trying to get rid of and not trying to sell. You can probably get a nice chair that way.
Maybe. But then again,
Usually-
this
was
one
that-
was one of those.
Was that
But no,
not
you
a
found
joke?
that on the street. It's not a joke, no. He actually
Oh, no,
got that
Ginger,
on the
he-
street.
I love how Di
Half of the
believes me. Just, she knows that's true, because she knows me. I'm currently
Chair
running
is the
several.
only thing.
I'm currently running several long-term tasks on a PC that I found on the street.
Mm-hmm. He also found a PC. Yeah, that was one thing where I was like, did he actually find a PC on the street? Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it had a processor in it that was good about 10 years ago, which is still good enough for some things today. I've got it running archiving of old video into a better compressed X265 format, which was generally about 6 times more, 6 times lower file size for the roughly the same video data. That's just running through a bunch of old streams, vastly reducing the space I have. It's like the power I'm paying for that and the storage space I'm getting in return is probably more efficient than simply buying hard drives.
You like dumpster dive behind like office stores or something? Or?
I was walking my dog. There was a house that had some stuff outside, looked kind of like PCs, and I approached 3 PCs. The i5 2500 was in one of them. That's what I've got currently running. And then I've got 2 spare PCs that both had like crappy AMD processors from around the same time, which are less powerful. But still, I've got 2 spare desktop processors. Maybe 3, actually. I've still got a Phenom 2 in the other room somewhere.
I know. I made the joke as well, Bright, where how he just came up and stole someone's PC that they just left outside for the moment.
It was raining, okay? I had to save it. It was an act of mercy.
Right. I mean,
See,
as
that's
long
what
as you're
should be in
finding good use
Spiral.
for it.
That's what
If
should
you're
be in
finding good-
Spiral, is sad, alone, unaccompanied, but still functional PCs that people have just left out in the street.
Well, no, because that's not uplifting.
Yes, it is. Well, it is if you then go and rescue it. The
Yeah, but
picture
most of
of
them
a
aren't getting
PC I
rescued.
rescued before it was rescued.
No. Stop trying to ruin Spiral. Stop trying to ruin Spiral.
Trust me, Di, at the moment, I'm not the one trying to ruin Spiral. We should talk after the
No,
show
I-
about a thing that's been happening in there.
Oh, is this the Weebery?
It's a little bit, yes, but it's more than just Weebery.
Oh no. Who do I need to fucking shank?
You
Who is
might
it?
actually want to. We'll discuss it after the show.
Okay. All right.
For reference, by the way, this is the chair that I'm currently sitting on.
It's quite nice.
You know what, Ginger? Fuck you. All right. No one asked.
I was
No
looking to
one
get a
asked about your
150.
comfy ass looking chair, Ginger.
I was looking to get a 150 quid chair that was like a really ostentatious manager's chair, but cloth instead of leather, which I prefer. But as a desk chair, kind of like that, Ginge, but yours is leather. And the one I was looking at was even more ostentatious, and it had like a leg rest and all kinds of cool stuff. Didn't
it
get it in
fake
the end because it
leather,
was just a bit too
Ginger?
much, and now I can't afford to.
Is it a fake leather, Ginger?
No, this is real leather, and it actually comes in 2 variants. There's that one, and there's also an oxblood red one, which
Because I recently got a new
seems
chair
to
as well.
no longer
How,
be available.
how much is it? I need to know.
This chair was £249.
Really? Only that, bro? Because I recently got a new chair as well.
It was very worth it.
Yeah, no, real leather too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. For real
Well-
leather, that chair, nah.
I'm pretty sure it's real leather. Let me just double check.
I would
yeah.
double check because
Let me
if it's
just-
real leather, there's no way that would be 200 alone.
There you go. There's the link that I bought it from.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
eBay.
We'll continue this conversation after the show.
Sorry, guys.
Thanks for watching, and thank you all for the contributions. See you next time.